You're listening to WHBJ Digital Talk from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of Cold War Radio. You can listen live 8 p.m. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's Sunday night, and that means it's time for WHBJ Sunday Night with the Radio. Got a short episode by History Bee coming up next, all about D-Day. 2 episodes of We Raise the Stars and Stripes Over Japan, Mark Schwartz. A Radio's Morning Moment. 3 quick ones. Steel City Resistance, episode number 50, 2011. Wrapping things up with an extended episode of the Black Patriot Show. I'm Hutch Bailey Jr. in the mothballed Pittsburgh studio of WHBJ Digital Broadcast. Been a slow Sunday, especially slow Sunday. Busy Saturday and slow Sunday. If you can help, ladies and gentlemen, go to steelcityresistance.com. Help send Mona to D.C. There's a button up there on the right. Thank you, Marlene. Thank you, Valerie. We're making it move, but we need some help, folks. SteelCityResistance.com. Upper right-hand column. Let's send Mona to D.C. Without further ado, to the education desk of WHBJ Digital Talk. Let's go to History Bee. You're listening to WHBJ, Digital Talk Radio and History from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Hello, and welcome to this episode of History Bee. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight on the fields and in the streets. We shall never surrender. On D-Day, the Allied soldiers brought to vivid life these charged words of the great Winston Churchill. June 6th of this year will mark the 75th anniversary of one of the most important days of not only American history, but world history, D-Day. I was not taught this when I was in school. Isn't that terribly sad? I had to learn about it myself, and as I did, the more I read, the more I was amazed. In 1944, the world was strained and spent under the tyrannical boots of the Nazi war machine, and now was waiting for word of the Allied invasion of Western Europe. Operation Overlord had been underway for about a year. Hundreds of thousands of troops from the United States, Great Britain, France, Canada, and other nations were assembled in southern England and intensively trained for the complicated amphibious action against Normandy. In addition to the troops, supplies, ships, and planes were also gathered. Countless details about weather, topography, and the German forces in France had to be learned before Overlord could be launched in 1944. The importance of the D-Day invasion can't be exaggerated. One historian notes, without question, a failed invasion of France would constitute a calamity of incalculable proportions for the Western Allies. If the mission failed, The timing of a second invasion attempt could have given Germany the necessary time to organize and prepare, allowing them a victory. Operation Overlord was not going to be easy. War correspondent Ernie Pyle, who arrived at Normandy on June 7th, observed that the Allies achieved a victory with every advantage on the enemy's side and every disadvantage on ours. General Eisenhower's experience and the Allied troops' preparations were finally put to the test on the morning of June 6, 1944. An invasion force of 4,000 ships, 11,000 planes, and nearly 3 million soldiers, Marines, airmen, and sailors were assembled in England for the assault. Operation Overlord landed 132,715 soldiers on the beaches and dropped approximately 20,000 paratroopers behind enemy lines. Eisenhower's doubt about success in the face of a highly defended and well-prepared enemy led him to consider what would happen if the invasion of Normandy failed. If the Allies did not secure a strong foothold on D-Day, they would be ordered into a full retreat, and he would be forced to make public the message he drafted for such an occasion. As the attack began, Allied troops confronted obstacle after obstacle. See, Germany had thousands of soldiers dug into bunkers, defended by artillery, mines, tangled barbed wire, machine guns, and other hazards to prevent landing aircraft from coming ashore. Let me pause here for a moment and share some of the horrors our troops endured. Most of the craft did not beach square on the waterline, exposing troops trying to scramble down the bow gangways that were constantly moving in the swell. You see, the ramps were too light for the ends to sink to the seabed, so they floated about in the surf. And as each man tried to come down them, the footway beneath him heaved alarmingly, and with each incoming wave, many men were thrown completely off the sides and floundered in the water, dragged down by their heavy packs. Some men with inflatable life belts up around their chests had been knocked over by the swell and were floating away upside down with their legs in the air, drowning as their brothers in arms watched, helpless to help them. The paratroopers had problems also. Most of the 508th paratroopers had missed their drop zone because the unit's pathfinders had run into trouble. Pathfinders were specially trained paratroopers who jumped prior to the bulk of the unit to set up guiding lights and Eureka transponders that communicated with the aircraft-mounted Rebecca airborne transceiver sets that told the pilots carrying the follow-on troops when and where to drop them. But the 508th Pathfinders had jumped into the midst of the German 91st Infantry Air Landing Division and took heavy casualties. The surviving Pathfinders managed to set up only 2 signal lights and a single Eureka. As a result, the regiment, like virtually every other airborne unit, was wildly misdropped. And then there were the mines. The combat engineer's job was to detect and disarm all the different types of mines that the Germans had in the water and on the landing beaches. They had around 20 different types. There were half a dozen mines just for personnel, as well as tank mines and water mines. Some were concrete with dynamite inside. Some came up out of the ground 6 feet when stepped on and exploded right in the face. Their task required good ears, steady hands, and more than a little luck. For each mine, they had to find the teeny tiny detonator. They worked as a team. One of them had the mine detector. It was a disc about 1 foot across with a handle and a meter with a dial on it. There were earphones that would hum, and the dial would tell them when it had detected metal. They had to detect each mine. They had to disarm them, and often the mines themselves were booby-trapped. German General Erwin Rommel had ordered 50 million mines for the beaches. At the time of the invasion, he had over 20 million of them installed. About 4,900 U.S. troops were killed on D-Day, but by the end of the day, 155,000 Allied troops were ashore and in control of 80 square miles of the French coast. Eisenhower's letter was not needed because D-Day was a success, opening Europe to the Allies and a German surrender less than a year later. There is so much more to D-Day, so many more stories, so many heroic actions. What happened on the front line was amazing and miraculous. Those who stormed the beach are heroes. Those paratroopers are heroes. Those mine detectors are heroes. And those who didn't return home will forever be engraved on the heart of liberty. Why did they do it? They did it because they valued something more than themselves. The world, whether it knows it or not, is forever in their debt. They saved us from an unimaginable evil. But that is only part of the story. Something was taking place on the home front. You see, word of the critical assault spread, and what did Americans at home do? They prayed. Oh, not just a short prayer on their way to work, squeezing a prayer in here and there around their schedules when it fit. No. They altered their lives to make prayer a priority. Americans were spending hours, not minutes, hours in prayer. They were seeking God face to face. Stores closed, and prayer services were swiftly organized in small towns and big cities. A sign in the window of a novelty button shop read, "Sorry, no covered buttons today. We are praying for the success of the invasion." A sign in front of a church read, "Come in and pray for Allied victory. Hourly intercessions on the hour." Americans went to synagogues, bowing their heads in prayer. At a noon mass, men and women were on their knees, fervently praying. New York City Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia took to the airwaves, urging citizens to send forth their prayers to Almighty God to bring total victory in this great and valiant struggle. In Washington, President Roosevelt, who had sons in uniform, urged Americans to join him in prayer for all the nation's sons. "With thy blessing," he prayed, "we shall prevail over the unholy forces of our enemy." Yes, action is critical. The front line is necessary, but it's only part of the picture. We cannot forget the home front, and for those of us assigned at the home front, we must do our part. The home front empowers the action on the front line. Millions of believers assaulted the gates of heaven on behalf of the invasion, and a miracle, I dare to say, countless miracles took place that day. The two work hand in hand. Fervent, desperate prayer has always been critical in the success of our country, all the way back to Valley Forge. With every advantage on the enemy's side and every disadvantage on the Patriots' side, prayer was the key. General Washington was a man of action, but he was also a man of prayer. He spent hours in the presence of the Lord seeking his counsel. We cannot afford to forget or dismiss the heroic actions of those on D-Day. These patriots walked into hell face forward, and they did it because they knew there was something more important than them. In forgetting, in purposely not teaching, and in dismissing their sacrifice, we don't just steal from that generation the honors due to them. We steal freedom from the present generation. Freedom always is achieved only through sacrifice. I am increasingly alarmed at how little is known about this epic day, a day when desperate patriots on the home front fervently prayed, and brave patriots on the front line went into battle. They joined forces, and as a result, the powers of hell could not prevail. We must get back to fervent prayer. We must realize how desperate we are in need of the Almighty's help. We must alter our lives to make prayer a priority. In doing so, we empower those in the front lines of this present day battle in which we are engaged. So, Father in heaven, we come to you again as a nation seeking your guidance and your forgiveness. Help us to serve you. Help us to get back to loving you. Help us to alter our lives and make you a priority. We know that the only way to defeat the evil of tyranny in which we battle right now is not only by a nation of action, but also by being a nation of prayer. Father in heaven, we need your help. So just for some encouragement about the youth of today, Warhorse, a great history buff who many of you know from the chats, told me about a group of high school students from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, who spent months fundraising to take 2 veterans, a combat medic and a ranger, back to the beaches of France. Wow, right? Salute to them. Before I close, I just want to give you a heads up that I will be doing a live show on July 2nd. The topic is going to be Gettysburg, and I will have a special guest with me. I'm not sure what time yet, but I will let you know when I find out. Thanks to the wonderful DM and Damatch for promoting my channel and so many other channels. You two are the best. Thanks to the Resistant Chicks, Tony Patriot, the Angry Republican for giving me shout outs on their shows. And thank you, American Joe, for promoting me also. Please sub to these wonderful, wonderful patriots. Thanks for watching. God bless. Stay united and keep making America great.
You're listening to WHBJ Digital Talk from the 412.
Welcome to the We Raise the Stars and Stripes Over Japan podcast. My name is Mark Steven Schwartz, and it's both my honor and privilege to read for you the diaries of men who were interned, both Allied and Americans, in and around the city of Kobe, Japan, during the Great Pacific War, World War II. Episode 31 will focus on September of 1942, so let's get right into the diaries on September 1st, 1942 with Charles F. Gregg. Article in the paper said that second exchange date not set, but expected shortly. That due to limited space aboard the ships, a limited number of persons will be accommodated. Men are very pessimistic now, as scuttlebutt has been adverse. Gloom and with great suspicion, with nervous tension prevails. We may go, we may not. Sakamoto came down to see us today. He's working at the waterfront police office. He volunteered no information other than He did not know when we were going or if we were to be included in this coming exchange. He said that in his opinion, no one in Kobe knew who was going or when the exchange would be. Some of the men became more deeply pessimistic over his visit, but I can see no reason to be influenced one way or another. My personal belief continues to be that we have about an 80% chance of going. The only thing that may retain us here is the unpredictable, and to we Occidentals, the incomprehensible psychology of the Japanese. Harold Brinkerhoff. A lot of news. The Swiss consul secretary was here and left word we ought to save a portion of our money. Of course, there are very varied deductions as to the reason. Some say we are to spend it on the boat. Others say it will have to last at least 2 months. I'm inclined to take the last. Our guard said the Osama Maru was leaving for Lourenço Marques on September 15th. Here's hoping we are on her. Starting tomorrow, vegetables are to be rationed throughout Japan, a 1/3 pound per person every other day. Roy Henning. Sunday morning, nice breeze. Reading House of Exile. Had a cup of water ice, 10 sen. Coming along good on guitar. September 2nd, 1942, Charles F. Gregg. This evening, 4 men, including Slim Houston, went up to the Butterfield for the typewriter. The men of Butterfield feel strongly that we are going on this exchange and will perhaps leave this Saturday. The scuttlebutt is that if we do not go, all of us will be moved to another location, some other house up in the hills. There is considerable activity in the park these days. Although we are not allowed to go to the park for exercise or play, we can look into it from the end of the street on which we are allowed to occasionally walk. In the park at present is a British Hurricane single-seater fighter and a Jap single-seater fighter. Wheels non-retractable, possibly a mock-up. They have also put a long building in the ball diamond, perhaps for display purposes. Atop the building is an observation or speaking platform. A public address system is installed and connected with a foreign athletic club building, which the Japanese have now taken over. This morning, Wednesday, September 2nd, we saw an anti-aircraft gun, remote control mechanism, visual rangefinder, sonic spotter, searchlight, and what looked like a smaller gun, large machine gun for anti-aircraft or number 1 anti-aircraft. If Kobe were to be raided by Allied planes, the Siemens Institute would be in a very vulnerable position, 100 yards from this display. They apparently are having drills in the park daily. Also drills all over town for fire from bombing. These people or officials who are doing the organizing surely take their work seriously. Practice, practice, and practice. Cigarettes are being rationed now, and almost everything is scarce. Vegetables are also being rationed, but they hope to increase the ration in a month or 2. Regardless of this, there is no personal feeling of animosity shown by the people. They are without exception, sans the skull, courteous and considerate to us. Reading Lancer at Large by F. Yates Brown. Roy Henning. Was a warm night, didn't need a sheet. See anti-aircraft gun and searchlight in the park. Sunbathe. Swiss consul secretary calls, says not to spend all our money. September 3rd, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Still no news, but it pays to be prepared. Nothing like being optimistic. Roy Henning. Warm and overcast. Study and practice. Have sore left forefinger. Makes it hard to play guitar. Had very strong dream of homecoming. September 4th, 1942, Harold Brinkerhoff. There's been a lot of bomb drills going on over in the park. We have not been to the park for a month, but we're allowed to walk in the street in front of the house the past few days. Before this, we have had to stay in the house or in closed courtyard. I think the Japs are expecting trouble. Our meals have been lousy. For breakfast, we get a small bowl of rice. Occasionally, we get a small bunch of grapes. We've had no sugar for months. Once in a while, our dishwater coffee is a little sweet. The coffee has never seen the sign of a coffee bean. It is cereal coffee. They're always crowing about their self-sufficiency, but they're getting hard-pressed. All metal grills and gates are being replaced with wooden ones. There was a 6-foot gate in front of the house across the street. It's been replaced. A fellow was down from Butterfield's. He said that the Jap doctor they visited said there was an article in the Jap edition of the paper saying all Americans in Japan would be evacuated in this exchange. Imitation bombs can be heard exploding most of all day. I guess it is to get the people used to the sound. Gambling has started again at a great pace, but since the Swiss consul's secretary was here, it's almost disappeared. I think the saving of some money was at the instigation of the police to stop gambling, as none of the other houses were told to save any money. Many of the men have bought musical instruments. There are about 6 guitars and 1 steel guitar, 2 ukuleles, 3 mandolins, 1 accordion, and a violin. One fellow, Moneyhun, is quite talented. He has been holding music classes. A lot of the fellows are almost nuts from the plink, plink, plinking, the groaning of the accordion, and the sawing of the violin. Roy Henning. Hear that all Americans leaving on the next boat, I hope. 9 planes put on a show, very good solo acrobatics, loops, etc. At night, 3 men from the other house played music for us. Swell time. September 5th, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. 1 year since I left my dear ones at the dock at Wilmington. Who would have ever guessed what has befallen me? If I knew my family was being given money by the government, I would not worry so much and would accept my imprisonment more serenely. A lot of things have happened either to make or mar us, which I do not know. I am sure there is much more ahead. I'm glad we cannot see what is ahead, because if we could, we might all go Oriental and commit harikari. Who knows? Roy Henning. Made a halter for my guitar. Practiced a long time with Bob Vaughn. Bought 4 yen jar of jam. September 6, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. Just another day. The boys have gone at gambling hammer and tongs. I succumbed the other day. I won 10 yen and quit, and haven't gambled since and don't believe I will. 3 fellows from Butterfields were down and gave us 2 hours of old-time music. There was a guitar, uke, and violin. They played a lot of square dance tunes. We have a real nice evening. I wish some of our musicians could really play. Sackers asked one of the fellows to ask me to loan him 20 yen. We are all on pins and needles. I wish we could learn one way or the other if we are leaving. The suspense is driving us nuts. I hope we get away, as our guards are getting meaner every day. At every opportunity, they curtail our privileges. Card playing has been prohibited for a week. The boys were made to stop playing pool. Our exercise is suspended on the smallest excuse. We have a hard time getting people out to the doctor, dentist, or oculist. When they do get to go, they are held up. The first men going to the oculist were charged 1 yen for an examination, Now the price is 4 yen. It used to be when they went with a guard on the streetcar, it was free. Now they have to pay 6 yen each, 6 cents each. By all indications, something is going to break soon, but the suspense is making wild men of us. September 7th, 1942. Roy Henning. Were sent to the park while inspection took place. Looked over the hurricane. It had axe and pick holes all over it. We're out 3 hours. September 8th, 1942. Roy Henning. Tried playing melody of several pieces. Ramona, Rose Room, etc. All-time low in food. Can do workout on horizontal bar between something. Rained first night. Quite warm weather. September 9th, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. The war is 9 months old yesterday. We wish we knew what is going on and what progress our countrymen are making. It is still warm. We have slept with nothing over us for months. I've been saving my clothes by wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. No mail yet. I guess there isn't any. We're going to leave, move, or something. Our house has been sold to a shipping firm. We were taken to the park for over 2 hours while the company officials made an examination of the property. At the park was an exhibition of a Hurricane fighter plane. In the other corner was a Jap plane, which we were not allowed to get near. The Hurricane had been sabotaged. The British had taken a pick to it. It was practically a new plane. The thing that amazed me was that from the cockpit back, it was cloth covered. It carried 6 .30 caliber machine guns in each wing. Charles F. Gregg. Merriment by Robert J. Vaughn caused considerable annoyance. Over-imbibing, AWOL, results, KP for 20 days. Roy Henning. Have a nice practice session. Bob Vaughn and I can do dozen pieces on mandolin and guitar. Bob Vaughn goes out drunk, rumpus, and fight. September 10th, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. 9 months of captivity. I hope we don't have 9 months more. We have heard of no mail on the exchange ship. We heard that the September 15th exchange has been put off, but it is just scuttlebutt. Roy Henning. All privileges suspended because of Vaughn's doing. He was sentenced 1 month of KP duty. Writing out my music again. September 11th, 1942. Roy Henning. Took a long sun bath, got sort of red. 2-hour practice session at night, improving. September 12th, 1942. Roy Henning. Hear that 10 letters will arrive here soon in a couple of days. Office cross street moving. September 13th, 1942. Roy Henning. Sunday. 6 a.m. left on a hike in the hills, back at 8 a.m. Weighed. Am 60 kilos or 152 pounds.
I got a gal who's always late. Anytime we have a date, but I love her. Yes, I love her.
He's gonna walk up to my gate and see if he can get it straight, 'cause he wants her. He's gonna ask her
my baby. The way you're acting lately makes me doubt. You's is still my baby, baby. Seems my flame in your heart's done gone out.
A woman is a creature that has always been strange. Just when you're sure of one, you find she's gone and made a change.
Is you is or is you ain't my baby. Maybe baby's found somebody new. Or is my baby still my baby true?
Is you or is you ain't my baby, baby, baby boy? The way you're acting lately makes me doubt.
See here, who's been cutting me?
You's still my baby, 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 baby boy. It seems my flame in your heart's done gone out.
Oh, blackout. A woman is a creature that has always been strange. Just when you're sure of one, you find she's gone and made a change and took my change. Is you is or is you ain't my baby. Maybe baby's found somebody new. Maybe baby's found somebody. Is my baby still my baby true?
That's Is You or Is You Ain't My Baby by the Andrews Sisters with Bing Crosby, 1942. September 14th, 1942, Harold Brinkerhoff. Another one of our fellows took French leave the other night. He might have gotten back unobserved if he hadn't got so plastered and came home in a taxi. He was carrying on a heated argument with the taxi driver in front of the guard's room. He came in and ran upstairs with the guards after him to see who he was. He ran in another fellow's room and hid under the bed. He was finally found. Some of our own men took him down to the guard's room. His punishment is 20 days on kitchen duty. Not much of a penalty. I would like 20 days kitchen duty myself. The police say the next offender will be taken and placed in jail. There was a report by one of the Chinese boys who used to work here to the effect that Japan is going to declare war on Russia within the next 20 days. We have been notified that there are 7 letters for our group and more to come. They are awfully slow censoring them. They have had 25 days. I hope El Zeta has received my letter. Roy Henning. Have knocked off my Japanese lessons for a while. Reading Sheepmates. Feel restless. September 15th, 1942. Roy Henning. About 10 men transmit or receive letters from home. Feel little punk. Temp is still so that can sleep with no sheet on the bed. Houses across the street are for 600 men from Hong Kong. September 16th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Received letter from Lois, mailed June the 8th. It came via the return exchange boat. Arrived in Tokyo August 20th. Roy Henning. Overcast and quite cold. Winter is here, I'm afraid. Weigh again 68 kilos or 150 pounds. September 17th, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. What a world. Nothing to do all day and 73 other fellows to help. I feel very low. 12 or 14 fellows have received letters from home. We were told there are more coming from Tokyo. I still have hopes. I'd better get one or it will be grounds for divorce if I ever get home. Several fellows were up to the Butterfield house. They say we're leaving on September 23rd, but have nothing to base it on. They talked to a Canadian father who had been a professor at one of the universities, who has a lot of German friends. They told him the reason for the delay was because the Japs were asking for 2 or 3 Japs for each of us. We hope the difference will be ironed out very soon. We're supposed to move from these quarters to better ones very soon. Anything for a change. The Spanish consulate has been moved out from across the street, and 3 5-story brick warehouses have been cleared out. The guards told us they were to be used for British and American war prisoners from Shanghai, 650 in number, to arrive the first of the month. Our Spanish class has disbanded. Our teacher has been such a funk, as have most of the pupils. We were accomplishing very little. So we will wait until things settle down again. Brunton and I were the only ones left. 3 others wanted to continue, but couldn't keep their minds on the subject. I learned from one of the fellows that our government had started sending his mother $100 per month in December, so I feel relatively sure Elzada is receiving help. I hope something breaks soon. What with the poor meals and the uncertainty, I am half nuts and I have plenty of company. The paper says a Japanese Navy plane bombed forested areas along the Oregon coast on September 9th, setting numerous fires. They are trying to demoralize our people. There have been articles saying the British and Americans returning home on the Gripsholm had told untruthful stories. The stories here are that the Japanese have been treated badly, and we have been treated with utmost consideration. We have had some unpleasant things happen, such as curtailment of privileges on occasion. Our food has not been to our liking and sometimes rotten, but I can truthfully say I believe we are eating more than the general public. We do have a mean head guard who hates Americans and takes every opportunity to make things disagreeable for us. The fellows at Butterfield have a fine head guard, and their treatment is very good. They say they've been allowed to go shopping often. If we were allowed out more, our life would be much more enjoyable. There are canned tomatoes, cherries, and butter to be had if we could just get at it like the Butterfield house. I've been shopping on an average of once every 3 months. The Chinese boy used to bring us a sort of molasses. We don't get any of that now that he is gone. I had a jar of salt-cured cherries a week ago. Several fellows have talked to foreigners. They say the food situation is bad. Meat is very hard to get and very costly. This does not bother most Japanese. The grade of our fish has been very poor. We've had a lot of eels lately. They are good, but are full of very fine V-shaped bones. I hope we don't have to worry about Japanese food for long. I see no reason why we won't be exchanged, but these people are very unpredictable. Their reasoning is usually the opposite of ours. The night of September 15th marks the coming of winter. I have slept with 1 blanket lately. The transition was very abrupt. A shirt feels good now. Roy Henning. Put on a wool jumper, long pants, and cold. Reading Etude magazines. Still have practice session. September 18th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Swiss consul called. We do not go. The Japanese have classed us apart from other civilians and consider us as prisoners of the Southern War Zone, not eligible for exchange. This information has been communicated to the United States, and to date they have made no reply. Arrangements were commenced to secure winter clothing for us. For some reason, the second exchange has been indefinitely postponed. Harold Brinkerhoff. A terrible blow has fallen. We've been fouled, the wind is all out of our sails, we're flabbergasted. The Swiss consul was here and told us the Japanese government flatly refuse to exchange us people from Guam. The reason is we are enemy nationals from occupied territory, and for that reason are not eligible for exchange. This is a hell of a time to spring this on us. It looks like they could have told us this 9 months ago. Their refusal may be a blind for greater demands. We are inclined to think there will be no more exchanges unless it is for us, as we are the only civilian prisoners, American, left in Japan. At least the immediate suspense is at an end, and we can settle down to a long wait for the duration. Amen and amen. Roy Henning. Received news from the Swiss consul that we will not go home. Negotiations with the United States fail. U.S. wants us. Nippon says no. September 19th, 1942. Roy Henning. Raining. Had Japanese lesson in Matsuda-san's office. Had strong dream of home 2 days ago. Still might go, maybe. Building across the street, coming along fast. September 20th, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. The day is cold and dark and dreary. It rains and the wind is never weary. Very appropriate. It rained all yesterday and still continues. The consul said he would try and have our guards replaced. We were asked to make a list of winter clothing needed. We understand 50,000 yen has been allotted to buy warm clothing. I am to conduct church services today. If my mother knew, she would be very pleased. Perhaps our Spanish class will begin again. Roy Henning. Sunday. Raining all day and night. Had a music lesson with Bob from Charlie. We'll have daily lesson now. Won a bottle of Beats, 66 sen. September 21st, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. The Swiss consul and the head of the Kensho Police Department were here today. It is very possible we may have a new head guard soon. The head of the Kensho has agreed we can have 2 3-man shopping trips each week and 3 men daily to the dentist or oculist. We were given 50 yen. The Kensho head thought that was too much. He had heard there was gambling going on. He ordered that there be no more gambling. He was shown while here that we were spending lots of money for additional food, so he agreed that the amount remain at 50 yen, provided there was no gambling. Unless more food becomes available, I should be able to save money at 50 yen. I've been fortunate that I have never had to go for any medical attention. Roy Henning. Had a bottle of beer with Bob. What a treat. Consul visits with the police commissioner. We gained several points. Received 50 yen. Promise of overcoat. Bought butter and peanut butter. First day of autumn. Raining all day. September 22nd, 1942. Roy Henning. Figure out finances. Have a rope to climb up now. Pick wood for sandals. September 23rd, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. 8 months in this house. There have been a lot of articles about the ill treatment of Japanese in the States. They stated the Japs leaving on the exchange ships were subjected to many indignities, such as ripping open the lapels of their coats, taking off the heels of their shoes, and making them strip. In yesterday's paper, they told of a Jap doctor in San Pedro being treated so badly by the FBI that he finally died and his wife went insane from the shock. 13 were kept in a cell for 2. I guess that works both ways. There are 6 of us in a room no larger than the master bedroom in my house. The paper says they are broadcasting the indignities heaped on their nationals in the U.S. in 16 languages. Brunton brought up in a meeting that we were lowering ourselves in the eyes of the Japanese by working in the kitchen or doing any menial tasks. It may be Oriental psychology all right, but I believe personal example and good behavior is more effective. It was brought up at the group meeting that one fellow was suffering for lack of women. It was suggested that the Japs be asked to take out 3 men each week to the red light district. I think these fellows are going nuts. All joking aside, there is one fellow who I am sure is on the verge. In the meeting, he got up and ranted and raved, called all foreigners and Japanese foul names. We booed him down. Whbj was present. At one time, he told this fellow to shut up and sit down. After the meeting, Whbj called the group leaders into his office. The leaders apologized for this fellow. Whbj said he understood and did not hold it against all of us. It was the same character who was making foul remarks about some poor little children in the park, and I called him on that occasion. Charles F. Gregg. Big discussion today. Kensho ruled that if there was further gambling in the group, our allowance from the Swiss consul would be cut or discontinued. The fellows brought it up to a vote as to whether they would obey the order. Lengthy discussion as to how to sidestep the issue and permit gambling, also some sour grape arguments to forbid all card playing, etc. Fights in the kitchen over domestics taking food and sugar. It's truly unbelievable how petty squabbling and bickering goes on in this group. Almost all of it confined to about 10 contractors. Roy Henning. Nice sunny day, sunbathe, finish young man with a horn. Have knife bought, pair of slippers. September 24th, 1942. Roy Henning. Copying fret and chord diagrams over. Working on a pair of wooden shoes. Nice sunny day. September 25th, 1942. Roy Henning. Started copying music in the book. Carving a pair of good slippers from solid block. Finished whittling at 7 p.m. Good job done. September 26th, 1942. Roy Henning. In the morning, finished strap on slippers. Copy more music and practice. Evening, have fabulous practice session. September 27th, 1942. Roy Henning. Sunday. Copy, studying, and practice music most of the day. Received a haircut. Music session at night. 3 girls, 1 song, the others danced. 1 sang, the others danced. September 28th, 1942. Had a fine shopping trip. Oh, this is Roy Henning. Had fine shopping trip. Spent 31 yen. Had ice cream. Was on Torii Road. Back late for lunch. Bought knives, scissors, stone, peanut butter, music book, etc. Feel a bad cold coming on. September 29th, 1942. Roy Henning. Combating pretty cold pretty well, but don't feel so good. Practice session in the afternoon and night. Horse races running now. Picked 1 winner from 6. Won 35 sen, lost 60 sen. September 30th, 1942. Roy Henning. See returning party from the docks. Had just sent off troops. Win 40 sen on horse race. Overcast and warm. Have knocked out my cold.
The tall man with the high hat and the whiskers on his chin will soon be knocking at your door, and you ought to be in. The tall man with the high hat will be coming down your way. Get your savings out when you hear him shout, any bonds today, any bonds today. Bonds of freedom, that's what I'm selling, any bonds today. Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the freedom man, asking you to buy a share of freedom today. and he stands today. We'll be blessed if we all invest in the USA. Here comes the freedom man, can't make tomorrow's plan, not unless you buy a share of freedom today. First came the Czechs, and then came the Poles, and then the Norwegians with 3 million souls. Then came the Dutch, the Belgians and France, then all of the Balkans with hardly a chance. It's all in the book, if only you look, it's there if you read the text. They fell, everyone, at the point of a gun. America mustn't be next. Any bonds today? Bonds of freedom, that's what I'm selling. Any bonds today? Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the freedom man, asking you to buy a share of freedom today. Any bonds today? All you give will be spent to live in the Yankee way. Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the freedom man, asking you to buy a share of freedom today. Any bonds today? All you give will be spent to live in the Yankee way. Scrape up the most you can. Here comes the freedom man, asking you to buy a share of freedom today. Any bonds today? Any bonds?
That was Barry Lynn with Any Bonds Today. That tune was written by Irving Berlin and released in 1941. Well, folks, I'm going to wrap it up for this 31st episode of We Raise the Stars and Stripes Over Japan. And I hope you'll look forward to the next episode, which I'll be releasing pretty soon. Thanks again for listening. Bye-bye now. Welcome to the We Raise the Stars and Stripes Over Japan podcast. My name is Mark Steven Schwartz, and I'm honored and privileged to read for you today the diaries of American and Allied civilians who were interned in and around Kobe, Japan during the Great Pacific War, World War II. This is episode number 32 of the We Raise the Stars and Stripes Over Japan podcast, and we'll start right in on October 1st, 1942. Roy Henning. Bet 2 races, win 40 cents. New rules can play music only between 1 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Nuts. Have exercise in the park at 2 p.m. daily now. October 2nd, 1942. Charles F. Gregg was able to go shopping today and purchase kimono for Mother and a dressing gown for Dad. Also presents for Fanny, Flo, and Lois. Attempted to buy book on aeronautical meteorology, but was unable to find any. However, placed a request with a bookstore to write to their Tokyo office to see if they had any. Had dinner outside a Chinese restaurant and found food low in quantity and very poor in quality. Almost everything had fish or seafood as its base. Was able to have 2 bottles of beer with our meal, and it was the only thing that really tasted good. Through the courtesy of the guard who was with us, we attempted to buy some symphony records, but failing this, we stopped by at the home of 4 Japanese ladies whose husbands, being English, 3 of them, and Dutch, 1 of them, were interned. They had some excellent records which we listened to while they served us with tea. A charming and unusual home atmosphere. 2 children and 4 dogs were also present. Roy Henning. Stickle has bad stomach trouble. Sent to the hospital. Have 2-hour music practice. Bob, Sterling, and myself learned many new pieces. Finish Magic Island, a fine book. Sunny, nice day. Wash clothes. October 3rd, 1942. Roy Henning. Hear that stick has been operated on for appendix. Doing okay. Carve a bird on my guitar with new tools. October 4th, 1942. Roy Henning. Sunday. Carve a picture of Fujiyama on the guitar. Shave with Lowe's straight razor, no nicks. Learn maybe. October 5th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Received a very welcome letter from Fanny, mailed April 14th to the Red Cross, Geneva, Switzerland. It was surely nice to get news of home, even though 6 months old. The best news was to hear that Mother was home from the hospital and was recovering so nicely. For all of Fanny's cheerfulness, I have a hunch that Mother was a pretty sick girl between the latter part of December 41 and April 42. I hope and pray that she is now well. Have been continuing my reading. Among the best books of the last several weeks are Louis Bromfield's The Rains Came, Young's Powerful America, Rollins' Jean Christopher, Norman Angel's The Great Illusion Now, Arnold Bennett's Literary Taste, Toyohiko Kagawa, Christ in Japan, Phyllis Bottom, The Mortal Storm, J. Galsworthy, The Dark Flower, René de Chambrun, I Saw France Fall. Roy Henning. Start carving Chinese dragon on the guitar. Make guitar into a steel. Learning Aloha A. 21 letters received, didn't get any, but enjoy the others. October 6, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. A blue day. The second batch of letters came, but none for me. Boo-hoo. I guess nobody loves me anymore. If I don't get a letter pretty soon, there will be war number 3 when I get home. There's been little of interest for some time. The warehouses and the Spanish consulate have been fitted up for prisoners. Jap carpenters have been working over there for several weeks. We hear that American military prisoners from Shanghai are due to arrive today. The papers have been warning the people to not relax, as the war has hardly begun, and they figure the U.S. is expected to produce in armament. A fellow from the other house told us the guards took out Petrovich and got him bread on doctor's orders. A fellow by the name of O'Connor was told in his letter that a nephew by the name of O'Reilly was in our neighborhood flying a bomber and doing real well. Grant Wells, a Pan-American man, learned he had a new baby girl born soon after he was captured. We start our Spanish class again tomorrow. 13 months since I bid my dear ones goodbye. God strike me dead if I ever separate from them again. I feel so blue I could cry. There's no justice in this world. The other fellows get letters and I get left. There are way over half of us who haven't received letters, so I guess I have no monopoly. Roy Henning. Transpose blue Hawaii from B to A. Carve long time on the dragon. Sunny, cool wind. Barracks across the street are finished. Pretty girl, one-legged, sang songs for us. Very nice. October 7th, 1942. Roy Henning. Had a bad case of poisoning last night. Stay in bed till noon. Feel okay now. October 8th, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. 10 months of war. I wonder how much longer. There is a big article branding the Americans as inhumane and a few other things. An American submarine is supposed to have sunk a Jap transport with 1,800 British war prisoners aboard, and all were supposed to have drowned except a few hundred. Scuttlebutt is starting again. A fellow talked to someone outside who said we were to be exchanged before the year is out. Tonight, one of our group leaders met the Swiss consul. He said negotiations had been resumed, and we were included. I'm not going to let my hopes get too high again. I have read several good books lately. Christ in Japan by Kagawa. Kagawa by William Axling. There are several books by Kagawa I hope to get to read. Across the Death Line, Shooter at the Sun, Passing from Star to Star, A Gram of Wheat, Birds of America by T. Gilbert Pearson, Field Book of Insects, Frank Lutz, Reptile Book by Raymond Ditmars, American Animals by W. Stone and W. Cram, Butterfly Book by W.J. Holland, Shell Book by Julia E. Rogers, Stars in Their Course by Sir James Jeans, Field Book of American Wildflowers by M.N. Armstrong and J.J. Thornburg, Southern Wildflowers and Trees by Alice Lounsbury. We have a wonderful selection of books, and it is a pleasure to be able to have time to read. Roy Henning, Imperial Rescript Day, new records bought, some very good. Baseball in the Park. October 9th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Well, our time has come. We were told at 6:30 this evening to be ready to leave this house tomorrow morning. Where, they refused to say. However, rumor is it that we will be at a house in the hills somewhere near Butterfield and Swires. Roy Henning. Long practice session on steel play Aloha A, Home Sweet Home. Receive notice that we are moving tomorrow. Destination unknown. Packed till 10 p.m.
The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. The prairie sky is wide and high, deep in the heart of Texas. The coyotes wail along the trails, deep in the heart of Texas. The rabbits rush around the bush, deep in the heart of Texas. The sage in bloom is like perfume, deep in the heart of Texas. Reminds me of the one I love, deep in the heart of Texas. The cowboys cry, hi-yippee-yi, deep in the heart of Texas. The dog is bald, deep in the heart of Texas. The chicken hawks are full of squawks, deep in the heart.
Your brother certainly has a deep voice. That's nothing. I suppose you can sing bass.
Deep in the heart of Texas. The cactus plants are tough on pants, deep in the heart of Texas. That's why perhaps they all wear chaps, deep in the heart of Texas.
That was Gene Autry, Deep in the Heart of Texas, 1942. October 10th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. The eventful day has finally arrived. All packed and ready to leave by 9 a.m. and much delay. We finally left at 3 p.m. The fathers were to go to the Canadian Lodge. On arriving at the new house, Mark's house, it was found that it was physically impossible for it to hold more than 50 persons. Really should hold a maximum of 35. The police were to decide who would be moved out of our group to go with the 10 fathers to the Canadian Lodge. When Matsumoto-san arrived with a list at 4:30, it included myself, Houston, and Thomas, but omitted other PAA men, so I asked Matsumoto, chief of the Kensho, if the list could be changed so that all Pan American men could be kept together. Answer was okay, so with the addition of Mr. Houston, Mr. Vaughn, Durham, and Bill Howe, and H. Brinkerhoff, we loaded our belongings on a truck and were off. The best piece of luck we have had since being interned. Arrived at the Canadian Club after dark and found an aggressive group of men in charge. Was able to get rooms assigned, beds put up, blankets distributed, etc. In the transfer, we were shorted on blankets and beds, but fortunately there were extra beds at the Canadian Club, and only 3 men are without good beds. They have temporary cots. Vaughn, Hughes, and Durham are on the 2nd floor on the sunny side of the house. Fathers are in the 3rd room, West Dorm, with 2 other men, Protestant missionaries from Manchuria. All the rest of us, 9 Pan-American men plus Houston and Brinkerhoff, are in the 3rd floor East Dorm with Mr. Peacock, an Australian language teacher 60-plus years old, and Mr. Rolandus, a Dutch teacher and Secretary of NEI Exporters Association. Let's see, we'll figure that out. Harold Brinkerhoff. It seems that everything happens to me on the 10th and the 23rd. Last night about 6 p.m. we were notified to pack our bags as we were to move on the morrow. This morning a group of Britishers were brought to occupy the buildings across the street. They were a sorry-looking lot. Their clothes hung in rags and their feet were raw and bleeding. I thought of the Revolutionary War and Washington's men leaving bloody footmarks on the snow. Maybe they are the British who had their ship sunk by an American sub. Their condition could be the result of having been in the water and their feet cut by coral. About 1 p.m. we got away. We were taken by trucks up near the mountains not far from Butterfield House. We were unloaded with all of our belongings. The house is too small to accommodate 63 men. The fathers are to go somewhere else. At nearly dark, they decided to send some of the rest of us to another house. So 13 of us were told to load our belongings on the truck, and away we went. We traveled higher up the foothills and towards Osaka. We came to the Canadian Academy. There are 46 other internees here. Jim Thomas. Moved from Seaman's Mission to Mark's house on truck. Usual Japanese inefficiency shown when they tried to crowd 74 men into a house suited for 5 people. Bungled and worked all day with no food. After being shown that the plan was impractical, the police, through the ever-present Kensho, finally decided to allow some of us to go to the Canadian Academy, an internment camp further east, where some local residents were interned. After much confusion and heckling, 24 of us, including the Pan Air employees, Catholic fathers, and some civil servicemen, were segregated to go to the Canadian Academy. We arrived late, about 8 p.m., and unannounced. We're surprised to find tablecloths and a swell meal awaiting us. We were made to live in a low-ceiling garret and were kept together as a group to facilitate us being controlled. At the time of arrival at this camp, the meals were prepared on the camp and thus were better than the Mikado's fares and were adequate but not our standard of eating. Don Wallace. General camp routine at the Seaman's Mission. Nothing of importance. Food situation very bad. Housing facilities filthy. Punishments meted out by police for any infraction of their petty rules. We moved to the foreign section and are quartered in a 6-room residence. Don Wallace was interned at the Marks house, as was Roy Henning, with a contractor group, separated from the Pan Am group, the Catholic priests, and a few others, including Harold Brinkerhoff. The older group of American internees, including Max Brodowski, were still housed at the Butterfield and Swire house. We are again split up. 50 of us are crowded into this house, which has 2 toilets and a bath. Very dirty and unsanitary. We are permitted no exercise, only in the yard. Food situation still very bad. Men have been losing weight very rapidly. Repeatedly, we have requested the authorities to relieve our crowded condition, but none forthcoming. Roy Henning, finish packing, move all beds, etc. out front to be taken along. Leave in a truck at about 2 p.m. Nice house, but will be very crowded. Pan American men and Padres moved on to the Canadian school. This leaves 50 men here. I decline to go with PAA men. Have upstairs room, 9 men. October 11th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. It is really a most pleasant change to be here. Food is prepared at the house by cooks paid by the police, and it is excellent in comparison to the Mikado swill. Type of food is the same, but the difference in the method of preparing and serving is unbelievable. Normal meals consist of breakfast, rice with milk, sugar, coffee, bread, butter, and an apple or banana. Sugar is in the bowl on each table and is divided up to each person if table so desires. It is the ration for the day. It's quite sufficient for rice and 2 cups of coffee. If you go sparingly on it, it will suffice for tea at tiffin and dinner. Lunch is meat or fish, squash, cabbage, bread, butter, and dessert, jello or crepe Suzettes, etc., or apple or banana. Dinner, fish or meat substitutes such as macaroni and cheese, 2 vegetables, butter, margarine, bread, and tea. Tiffin is at 3:30 when tea is served, and if you have saved a slice of bread and have some jam, you can feast as per your own tastes and supplies. Church service, Church of England style, led by regular minister at 11 a.m., and Catholic fathers also have their own masses. Harold Brinkerhoff. Today is my dear mother's birthday. Many happy returns of the day. There are 4 American businessmen here. The majority are British. There are also Guatemalans, Dutch, Australians, New Zealanders, Canadians, Belgians, and Irish. All have been teachers or businessmen here. We feel out of place as all these men dress very well. They would never think of coming to the table unless they had on a necktie and coat. Most of us are very shabby, have only Navy or Marine clothes. I went to the religious service celebrating Mother's Day. The meals are a 100% improvement over Seamen's Mission. Everything is cooked to European taste. Everything borders on the formal, ties and coats at the table. The food is served in vegetable bowls, and one person acts as host and serves the food at each table. We received rice with sugar and real fresh milk, something we haven't had for some time. We received half of an apple at each meal. We were lucky to receive fruit 3 times a week at Seamen's. The younger men have challenged us to a volleyball game. We were beaten both games. They have some good athletes here. Roy Henning. Sunday. Nice sunny day and cool. Nice view over all Kobe from here. Hear that the other group drew a lemon. Getting settled. October 12th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Bill Young and Bill Smith came up from the other house to attempt to get bedding and sheet situation straight. In the move, some 30 to 40 blankets and 20 sheets disappeared. They are really crowded at their place. We are getting into the swing here, playing volleyball, tennis outside on the grounds. Some of the group are planting a garden of vegetables. The grounds to the Canadian Academy includes 2 courts and a fair-sized garden patch. The atmosphere of this camp is entirely different than the mission. The police are rarely seen, and bell ringing and roll calls are at a minimum. Everything is only real roll call. Mr. C. Price, H. Mason, and F. Down are especially friendly and helpful. Even this camp has trouble getting necessities. Among things almost impossible to purchase or get sufficient are soap and toilet paper, to say nothing of sugar, meal, all foods, clothing, coal, shoes, socks, etc. Harold Brinkerhoff. We have a good view of the harbor from our windows. We're on the 3rd floor, which is a sealed attic. My room at the Seamen's Mission was better, but the other facilities are better here. We have a large play area, a tennis and a volleyball court. We are allowed out there at any hour without having to get permission. There's a front yard where several of the locals are preparing garden plots for next year. One must dig out about a foot of soil and rocks and haul in some better soil. It's quite a chore. I have started a plot of about 10 by 20 feet. If we are still here in the spring, I shall plant some tomatoes and carrots at least. Roy Henning. Foggy, gloomy day, so practice music a little. Fix electric clock. Bob's asthma still bad. October 13th, 1942. Roy Henning. Fair day, so play golf in the yard. Practice music. Received 2 pair of shorts that I ordered. October 14th, 1942, Roy Henning. Sunny day. Sterling and I fixed the Yomana organ. Good experience. Had half a bottle of beer, learning to play crib. October 15th, 1942, Roy Henning. Spend all day constructing box. With Sterling, works fabulous, inverted image. Mess cooking today. Bob still in bed, feels weak. I should note that the box that Roy is referring to is a homemade telescope he constructed. In all but one instance, all references to telescope were erased, and the word box substituted, no doubt as an effort to disguise what they were constructing if Roy's diary should be discovered by the guards. was Kay Kaiser, There'll Be Bluebirds Over the White Cliffs of Dover from 1942. October 16th, 1942, Roy Henning. More work on the box. Finish sewing a jacket. Shave with my new razor, work swell. Nice hike to Butterfield. Visit Pat O'Connor, George Foden, and Mike, Sidney McMichael. October 17th, 1942, Harold Brinkerhoff. Today is bath day. We get 2 baths a week, Tuesdays and Saturday. The tubs are like baby baths. They're made of wood, ovoid in shape, about 12 inches deep with a higher back. There is barely room to sit in one. You pour water over yourself to get the upper part of your body wet. This is done with a wooden dipper. You stand outside, soap yourself, then rinse off by pouring water over yourself. Then you can get in the tub and soak a little. We've been here a week. The food is excellent. It isn't that it's so different. We're still getting fish, but it is a manner in which it is being prepared. Olive and Craver were up from the Butterfield house and gave us some hoedown music. They brought some scuttlebutt that we're to leave around November 1st. We learned that several of us have letters at the Eastern Lodge. The Eastern Lodge is where the 5 Navy nurses from Guam were interned. There may have been other female American internees at this residence, but this has not been ascertained. That was Wednesday. We do not have them yet. I do not know who my letter is from. Roy Henning. Raining. Practice steel guitar running scales. Communicating with Sway and Pola next door. Waiting for more lenses for the scope. Bob, Sterling, and I practice music. Goes good. October 18th, 1942. Roy Henning. Sunday. Sunny day. Japanese girls sing for us again. Play golf. Work on the telescope. October 19th, 1942. Roy Henning. Cold day. Sew on my old pants, putting in patch in the seat. Bought pants from Appy, Tom Appendale, 5 yen. October 20th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Captured planes. Flying Fortress and 1 Douglas were flown over Kobe in celebration of Air Force Day. Also some 65 Japanese planes. Piece and paper saying that Americans captured from April 18th raid on Tokyo, who had machine gun school children, were to be severely treated, and further acts of this nature would be punished by death. Roy Henning. Sunny, nice day. Went on a swell hike cross-country, over hills, villages, rice paddies, slum districts. Seen more today than ever before, on the run all the time. Sukiyaki dinner. See U.S. planes flown over Kobe on exhibit. October 21st, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Study classes of French and Japanese in the morning. Went to the Marks house in the afternoon to get my shoes and laundry for other men, then tennis match on return to the Canadian Academy. Slim Houston is busy doing some plumbing, and all of us thriving on food, exercise, and study. Roy Henning. Overcast. Hear news that U.S. aviator executed. Working on box. Practice music. Fix steel bar. October 22nd, 1942. Roy Henning. Haircut from Maxie. More box work. Can play a couple pieces on the steel guitar now. October 23rd, 1942. Roy Henning. Reading Dean's book, Handbook to the Heavens. Music session every night. Measured for suits. October 24th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Taylor called to measure all of us for suits. Inquired if there were not suits arranged for us at our own expense by the Swiss consul, and was informed not. They said they were gifts from Japanese government and that there would therefore be no choice of cloth or style of tailoring. Later, however, we found out this was wrong, and that they were arranged for by the Swiss consul for our account, approximately $25, 100 yen. Cloth is part wool and part staple fiber, wood. Style is high military collar. Roy Henning, very cold day, everyone shivering, no heat, spent most of the time in bed to keep warm. October 25th, 1942, Max Brodowski. Max was interned at this time at the Butterfield and Swire House. I have not written since toward the end of April, but have received a letter from my dear wife written April 20th, 1942. I got it about the 6th of October, almost 6 months later. I was very happy to get it, as it told me that all were well, and that my message of the latter days of January was received. I will here record the letter, in case I lose the original. San Francisco, April 20th, 1942. Pray each night for your speedy return, and know God is taking care of you. All my love to you, dearest sweetheart. This is my second letter to you since I was informed I could write, and I pray that they will get to you so you will know everything is all right here, except, of course, waiting for your return. Mr. Beecher has been most kind to me, and I get the money each month as you arranged. Beecher was Max's supervisor for Pan American. Your message was received in time for the 55th wedding anniversary celebration, and I was happy to hear the locket with my picture is still doing its good work. I hope, my sweetheart, you are well, as I know you can take it if you feel good. We all had a nice holiday dinner at your sister's, including my mother, father. Doris and Al took pictures of your father and my folks, so you will have a look at them when you get home. I've been working at the San Francisco hospital, and it is pleasant work. Tell Grant I saw Donna and the babies. They are fine. Remembered Beverly for her birthday. She told me if I see her daddy, say hello to him. The baby looks like Grant. Have been seeing or hearing from all our friends, and they have all been nice to me. This is all for now, but hope to be able to write real letters to you soon. All my love to you, Ethel. So long for now. This letter gave and is giving me much. I read it often and can picture the situation at home. I was informed that there is more mail for me, and am waiting patiently for the delivery, which will take place after the Japanese censors get through. The winter is now settling in, and it is turning cold. It gets real cold here, as last January when we arrived here from Guam. In the tropics, it registered around 26 degrees Celsius, which was a difference of about 60 degrees, and we suffered from the cold. This winter it will be different as we are acclimated and we're getting more food. Roy Henning, Sunday, sunny, a little warmer. Haircuts, stood out front in street watching the world go by. October 26, 1942. Harold Brinkerhoff. There has been very little of interest. Everything goes very smoothly here. The meals are plain but very good. I have not yet received my letter or letters. I wish they would arrive. Father Xavier and I have a garden growing. We have some cabbage, spinach, and radishes growing. I forgot to mention when we arrived here, we found the Catholic fathers already here ahead of us. I have been practicing tennis. I'm going to learn or know the reason why. There are two Guatemalan brothers by the name of Lopez. Alf is giving Spanish lessons, and I'm continuing my study. There are classes being given in German, Japanese, Chinese, and French. Later, I may take Japanese. Charles F. Gregg. Reggie Price wedding to Russian girl. Quite charming and attractive. Services in Russian Orthodox Church. Group from Guam sent flowers to the wedding, which were greatly appreciated. Resulted in a profusion of thanks. That evening, Cliff Price came up after roll call at 10:30 p.m. with 4 bottles of beer for group in the room, and we toasted to the bride and groom. Reggie was allowed out of the internment camp from 12 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. or 12 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. for wedding and honeymoon. A guard accompanied them. Roy Henning. Overcast but fair temperature. Read a little, practiced music, exercise with a medicine ball. October 28th, 1942. Max Brodowski. Yesterday we had an outing in the afternoon. Our Japanese guards do try at times to break the monotony of imprisonment for us. Sometimes it's a hike over the Kobe Hills, of which there are plenty around here. The scenery of Japan is very picturesque. There are forests of pine, waterfalls, lakes, and quaint tea houses. To have visited this country in former times would have been a rare treat. Yesterday we visited an ancient temple and had a walk through a part of town about 10 miles from our abode. These walks and our regular shopping trips do much to relieve the tension of confinement and inactivity. Today I received a letter from my sister Belle, who has never failed me when letters were necessary. I will here copy her letter. May 12th, 1942. Dear Max, at last we've been told officially that we can write you. We hope you too have been told that you can write us. We received your message via the shortwave radio 3 days after Ethel's mother and Dad's wedding anniversary, and everybody was more than happy to know where you are. Everybody is well. Papa has been getting along very well. He's down at the Bell Bazaar today. Ethel's folks are all fine. Marcia, Harold's baby, is so cute. She was 10 months old yesterday. She cannot walk yet, but she does stand alone for a few minutes at a time. Seconds, should say. We get a lot of pleasure watching her. We have seen Helen and John and Donna. We talk to them quite often over the phone. So tell Grant, if he is with you, that they are fine. He has a lovely new daughter. Harry Levine is in San Francisco with the State Guard. He spent last Sunday at our house and enjoyed seeing all the family. I really would not have known him if he didn't tell me who he was. I don't remember him so well. Incidentally, Harry Levine is my maternal grandfather, and that was his boxing moniker. All the kids are fine. Mickey and Doris are just starting their vacation. Harold left for Los Angeles this morning. He has been appointed on the line up at the lodge and is now a junior officer. Bev says all the men at the lodge asked for you. Miss McGough, your old school teacher, has phoned several times to inquire about you. She has talked to me once and one time to Ethel. She is now retired. She has fond memories of you. Anne is writing a textbook. She has a contract from Heath and Company and is writing with one of the professors at Stanford. She really is revising a book of his at Heath's request, so the work will be all hers. Everyone is well here, Max, and we all go about our business as usual. We hope to be able to get some word from you soon, and as soon as we possibly can, we will send anything that is allowed. Al is fine. Ethel spends a great deal of her time with us. Be a good cheer, Max, and know that we are all well and thinking of you. Much love to you, Belle. This also was a very welcome letter. It was written 3 weeks later than my dear wife's letter, and also assured me that all is well at home, and I enjoyed hearing about the different friends and family. I got a thrill out of the fact that my old school teacher, Mrs. McGuff, who must be in her 70s now, should remember me. She was always the outstanding teacher of my school day memories. My contact with her dates back a matter of 34 years. The weather here is still autumn and is really very pleasant. We are looking forward to a cold winter, as we have not forgotten last winter, but do not expect to suffer much as we are being clothed for it. Charles F. Gregg. Celebration dinner for Reggie Price was held on the QT in the basement, at 10:30 to 12 p.m. with champagne, beer, whiskey, soda, and Chinese chop suey. Police guard was the guest. Several men became a little intoxicated. All tongues were loosened to a more or less degree. I was invited after the party was underway to represent, but was on the QT, the Guam Americans. There were only 16 people to the dinner in toto, and all but myself were old friends of Reggie. Roy Henning. Fine sunny day having workout with a medicine ball. Nice hike to Monobiki Falls and to top of Mountain Ridge. Learned several new pieces of music. Hot bath. October 29th, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Mrs. R. Price baked a cake, cut it into 24 pieces, and brought a large thermos of ice cream to the Guam Americans in thanks for the flowers. Mr. Perry Walker was person who arranged for flowers for us. He has also been most gracious in numerous other ways. Roy Henning. Swiss consul here brings money of 50 yen. Says negotiations still on about the exchange. Red Cross stuff will be distributed. October 30th, 1942. Roy Henning. Sunny day again. Plays steel guitar. Bob's Spanish accent works good. Mess cooking. Red Cross stuff arrives. 3 truckloads stored in the basement. Received 5 letters from home. Ma and Pa are all okay. Win 2 races out of 3. My lucky day. Don Wallace. Red Cross food kits arrived but are placed in the basement at orders of Japs. October 31st, 1942. Charles F. Gregg. Taylor brought 12 suits in for fitting. All suits are supposed to be finished by November 5th. Jim Thomas and Bob Vaughn were allowed a shopping trip to purchase underwear and socks for us. We are all endeavoring to be warmly clothed before winter sets in. Mr. Gutneck called today with 50 yen per person for Guam Americans. No news about the exchange other than the American government has made specific requests about our particular group from Guam. If there's a second exchange, we may be included. Swiss consul seems to think our chances are about 50-50. Ask for permission to have another radio broadcast and or to send letters home. Letters can only be sent if there's a further exchange boat. Otherwise, there is no transportation for mail. Reason for the exchange schedule for execution September 1st being canceled was that Germany refused to guarantee safe passage for ships through South Atlantic. So they say, and impossible to send mail to Guam either. There's supposed to be food, etc. here in Kobe for us from the Red Cross in the USA. Also some clothing. Swiss consul says more than a full boatload of food, clothing, etc. was at Lourenco Marquis awaiting transportation to Guam. In the meantime, we are attempting to get an increased clothing allowance to buy shirts, socks, sweaters, underwear, and shoes. Harold Brinkerhoff. I received a letter from Mother dated June 10th, 1942. She stated that she had written previously. She said Ruth had written also. I did not receive a letter from Elzada. We understand there are many more letters, also a shipload of parcels at Lourenco. The Swiss consul was here and gave us 50 yen. Our government has definitely asked for our exchange, and negotiations are underway. Each of us is having a black semi-military suit made. We don't know whether we will have to pay for them or not. When we were measured, we were told they were to be a present from the Japanese government. Later, we heard we would have to pay for them. No one seems to know. If we knew we have to pay for them, we would try and have something to say about the style. Roy Henning. Shopping trip. Guards very aloof, not so good. Bought a book, magazine, a brush, several magnifying glasses. No more music strings can be sold. Played roulette, lost 20 cents.
Yippee-yay, there'll be no wedding bells for today. 'Cause I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle. Jingle, jangle. As I go riding merrily along. Jingle, jangle. And they sing, oh, ain't you glad you're single? Jingle, jangle. And that song ain't so very far from wrong. Jingle, jangle. Oh, Lily Bell, oh, Lily Bell, oh, Lily Bell, oh, Lily Bell. Though I may have done some fooling, this is why I never fell. 'Cause I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle. Jingle, jangle. As I go riding merrily along. Jingle, jangle. They sing, oh, ain't you glad you're single? Jingle, jangle. And that song ain't so very far from wrong. Jingle, jangle. Got spurs that jingle, jangle, I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle. As I go riding merrily along. And they sing, oh, ain't you glad and they sing, oh, ain't you glad and that song ain't so very far and from that wrong. Song ain't so very far from wrong. Oh, Lily Bell, oh, Lily Bell, though I may have done some fooling, this is why I never fell. 'Cause I got spurs that jingle, jangle. I got spurs that jingle, jangle, as I go riding merrily along. As I go riding merrily along. And they sing, oh, ain't you glad and they sing, oh, ain't you glad and that song ain't so very far and from that song wrong. Ain't so very far from wrong.
That was Kay Kaiser with I Got Spurs That Jingle, Jangle, Jingle, 1942. Well, folks, this wraps up episode 32 of We Raise the Stars and Stripes Over Japan podcast. And thanks so much for listening, and I'll be trying to bring in you another episode here real soon. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
I've been a first song for a long, long time. Took me 25 years to make up this rhyme. I don't understand why them soldiers don't care. I gotta constantly tell a farm bear about his hair. I tell them soldiers stay physically fit, and they tell me first song, I don't care about the shit. Tell me they don't care cause the shit ain't fun, but I'm gonna tell them soldiers just to get the shit done. So I'm the first son. And that's right. Y'all best be listening to my ass. I'm the first son. No one outranked my ass. What's up, son major? Commander come to see me about 3:15 to tell me what's fucked up in Bravo Company. I tell him, hey sir, I got my hand on my hip. You gonna talk to them pilots about that shit. I tell them soldiers to shine them boots. I don't know how many times I done told I'd move. You better be doing what the hell I say, or by the end of the day, I'm gonna take your rank away. So I'm the first son. And that's right, I can do that shit. 4187, I'm the first son. Take that shit away, gonna try it again. I tell son from come and get his mail. If he don't come and get it, I'm going to jail. I guess them souls don't get the hint that I'm gonna retire with some dead presidents. Tell them souls put gas in the Humvee, but I guess they wanna walk cause they don't listen to me. So all my souls think my rap is a joke, so I'ma step outside and gonna have me a smoke, cause I'm the first son. I don't know if no one wanna listen to my ass. I'm the first son. I get ballin' just assed out. I'm the first son. Don't be like Osborne. Osborne gonna fuck that shit all up. I'm the first son. I just don't understand. I don't understand why y'all can't do what I tell you to do.
You are on WHBJ Digital Talk.
There are two ways in which any government can proceed. One is a way based on what you and I would call a free society, which is enshrined right at the heart of the American Constitution. The other one is a way which allows only one view, both of economics and politics, in which almost everything is either owned or controlled by the state, including the media, including the ideas, including freedom of discussion and everything. There is no freedom of discussion. Now, between those two ways, the free society and the totally controlled society, there are, of course, variations. I think what we've learned in Britain is that we've gradually, over the last certainly 12 or 13 years, with perhaps a little interruption, gone slowly further and further away from the free society towards something else. At the same time, we've found, I don't find it strange, but some other people do, that we have stopped creating wealth. We've had a large number of increasing restrictions. And you've been finding two things. First, that we are more and more concentrating on redistributing the wealth we've got, rather than creating any more. To create more, you need a slightly freer society, and you need an incentive society. Naturally, when I see that happening, I look with very great alarm to societies which have gone even further left. That is, they've tried to redistribute even more and haven't had the incentives for people working hard on their own account, doing well for their families, and often then being able to create jobs for others. They've produced a much more prosperous society than we have.
We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing ground.
Thank you for joining us. You are listening to A Radio, and this is The Morning Moment. We're on weekdays, 11:45 Eastern. Follow us on Spreaker.com and click on the like button. This piece I was alerted to by someone I follow. It's from USA Daily Times. It's a short piece, but I think an important one. Now, I just got a little comment to make before I read you the piece. We don't either have or want a 1 or 2 or a 3-hour show. A Radio is not about, for the most part, what's in the headlines. You can go to many places if you want to know what's going on, what they think is important. No, what we do here is try and capture that little crumb of what we think is news that slips between the cracks. The pieces they either won't or don't cover. Case in point, and I will of course put the links as always on my website. It's entitled California Forced to Clean Up Dirty Voter Rolls Impacting 1.5 million People. Judicial Watch announced today it signed a settlement agreement with the state of California and the county of Los Angeles, under which they will begin a process of removing from their voter registration rolls as many as 1.5 million inactive registered names that may be invalid. These removals are required by the National Voter Registration Act, NVRA. The NVRA is a federal law requiring the removal of inactive registrations from the voter rolls after 2 general federal elections, encompassing from 2 to 4 years. Inactive voter registrations belong for the most part to voters who have moved to another county or state or passed away. Los Angeles County has over 10 million residents, more than the populations of 41 of the 50 states in the United States. California is America's largest state with almost 40 million residents. That's greater, by the way, than the entire population of Canada. Just thought I'd put that in to give you some perspective. Peace continues. And here's a short clip from the head of Judicial Watch.
Hi, Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton here with major breaking news for clean elections. Judicial Watch and its clients settled a major federal lawsuit against the state of California and Los Angeles County that require the removal of up to 1.5 million in active voter registrations. This obviously goes a long way to cleaning up election rolls in California and will have a major impact nationwide in Judicial Watch's ongoing election integrity efforts to make sure that your elections are clean, fair, and honest.
Judicial Watch filed a 2017 federal lawsuit to force the cleanup of voter rolls. Judicial Watch sued on its own behalf and on behalf of Wolfgang Cooper, Rue Guyant, Jerry Griffin, Dolores M. Mars, who are lawfully registered voters in Los Angeles County. Judicial Watch was also joined by the Election Integrity Project California, Inc., a public interest group that has long been involved in monitoring California voter rolls. In its lawsuit, Judicial Watch alleged, and these are a series of bullet points, Los Angeles County has more voter registrations on its voter rolls than its citizens who are old enough to register. Specifically, according to data provided to and published by the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, Los Angeles County has a registration rate of 112% of its adult citizen population. The entire state of California has a registration rate of 101% of its eligible citizenry. 11 of California's 58 counties have registration rates exceeding 100% as the age-eligible citizens. The lawsuit confirmed that Los Angeles County has on its rolls more than 1.5 million potentially ineligible voters. This means that more than 1 out of every 5 LA County registrations likely belongs to a voter who has moved or deceased. Judicial Watch notes that Los Angeles has the highest number of inactive registrations in any single county in the country. The Judicial Watch lawsuit has also uncovered that neither the state of California nor Los Angeles County had been removing inactive voters from the registration rolls for the past 20 years. The Supreme Court affirmed last year in Husted versus A. Philip Randolph Inst that the NVRA makes this removal mandatory. The new settlement agreement filed today with the U.S. District Court, Judge Manuel L. Real, requires all of 1.5 million potentially ineligible registrants to be notified and asked to respond. If there is no response, those names are to be removed as required by the NVRA. California Secretary of State Padilla also agrees to update the state's online NVRA manual to make clear that ineligible names must be removed and to notify each California county that they are obliged to do this. This should lead to a cleaner voter rolls statewide. Prior to this settlement agreement, Judicial Watch estimated that based on comparisons of national census data to voter roll information, there were 3.5 million more names on various county voter rolls than there were citizens of voting age. This settlement could cut this number in half. That's incredible, isn't it? This is only the third statewide settlement achieved by private plaintiffs under the NVRA, and Judicial Watch was the plaintiff in each of those cases. The other statewide settlements are with, have a guess, Ohio in 2014 and with Kentucky in 2018, which agreed to the court order consent decree. This settlement vindicates Judicial Watch's groundbreaking lawsuit to clean up the state voter rolls to help ensure cleaner elections, said Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton. Quote, Judicial Watch and its clients are thrilled with this historic settlement that will clean up election rolls in Los Angeles County and California and set a nationwide precedent to ensure that states take reasonable steps to ensure that dead and other ineligible voters are removed from the rolls, unquote. Judicial Watch attorney Robert Popper is the director of the organization's Election Integrity Project and led the Judicial Watch legal team in this litigation. Judicial Watch is the national leader in enforcing the list maintenance provision of the NVRA. In addition to its settlement agreements with Ohio and a win in Kentucky, Judicial Watch filed a successful NVRA lawsuit against Indiana, causing it to voluntarily clean up its voting rolls, and has an ongoing lawsuit with the state of Maryland. Gosh, what a surprise. Judicial Watch helped the state of Ohio to successfully defend their settlement agreement before the Supreme Court. In North Carolina, Judicial Watch supported implementation of the state's election integrity reform laws, filing amicus briefs in the Supreme Court in March 2017. And in April 2018, Judicial Watch filed an amicus brief in the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals in the support of Alabama's voter ID law. In Georgia, Judicial Watch filed an amicus brief in support of Secretary Brian Kemp's list maintenance process against a lawsuit by left-wing groups. Judicial Watch and Georgia won the Supreme Court, ruled in Ohio's favour. Judicial Watch was assisted in this case by, and there's a number of people, I'm not going to bother in that. So there's the piece. Now I want to bring it to a local situation. Now it's not directly relevant to this, but it's indirectly it is relevant. That's why I want to make this point. And it's as follows. In Canada, we have legal fraud going on by our Prime Minister, who has changed the law for refugees, speeding up, shall we say, their naturalisation process and citizenship. Thereby, he hopes to load up his base for the upcoming October 2019 election. When Americans talk about their election cycle being crucial, they're correct. In Canada, for us, this election, this October, will have the effect of changing Canada forever. Trudeau has managed to stuff the Canadian voting electorate with hundreds of thousands of refugees who know little or nothing about Canada's needs or wants. Liberals the whole world over care nothing for you or me. Just one thing, power, absolute power. If Trudeau wins the next election in Canada, Canada will be changed forever. Canada will be a servant of China. That's what Trudeau wants. He's a great admirer of China.
There's a level of admiration I actually have for China, because their basic dictatorship is allowing them to actually turn their economy around on a dime and say we need to go green as fast as we need to start investing in solar. I mean, there is a flexibility that I know Stephen Harper must dream about, of having a dictatorship that he could do everything he wanted, that I find quite interesting.
I found it a bit silly for Justin Trudeau to say that what he admired the most was a dictatorship, frankly. I've always been rather fond of democracies.
Consider this. You could have China and the Chinese technicians not just on your southern border. Oh yes, they're there, but on your northern border as well. Canada's defence systems are already integrating Chinese technology. Why? Good question. So when you think about your next presidential election, more than a year away, ours is only a few months away, and it could affect you every bit as much as yours in 2020. Trudeau is no friend of America, just like his father, the communist. Make sure you tell your congressman and your senator that you know what's going on in Canada, and he needs to be aware, or she needs to be aware of that too. Be on your guard. Canada, that is the federal government of Canada, is no friend of the USA, but Canadians are. Just thought I'd make that little distinction. You can find more at aradio.wordpress.com, where you can find links to us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Gab, an email. We are also on Spotify. Just go to the podcast section and type Canadian Politics with a twist and you'll find us. We are continuing to reach out to you, so please pass on the links. Please click on the follow button on Spreaker.com. You can listen to all our morning moments at Spreaker.com under A Radio. That's EHRADIO, A Radio. And please click on the like button. And you can now hear a weekend review of our podcasts on WHBJ-Db, News Talk Radio. Join us and many others, and you can find all our podcasts and morning moments at aradio.wordpress.com. Click on the Morning Moments tab.
That actually the way to achieve prosperity is to have those key things that make a prosperous state. The rights of property, the rule of law, freedom of speech, and democracy. All of these are essential components of success. If you take a single one of them away, you find that the others are not protected. So free speech protects democracy. Democracy protects the rights of property. The rights of property are part of the rule of law. The four always come together.
We fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing ground.
Thank you for joining us. You are listening to A Radio, and this is the Morning Moment. We're on weekdays, 11:45 Eastern. Follow us on Spreaker.com and click on the like button. I was listening, as you do, well I do anyway, to Fox and Friends this weekend, Saturday to be precise, June 1st. They had a person on by the name of Michael Knowles, and he was asked to talk about free speech. Now, maybe you're asking, why am I talking about this? Well, it's really twofold. The first reason is to highlight what free speech is really all about. And then secondly, to provide clear evidence to my dumb, yes, dumb Canadians who honestly believe that they have free speech. But also, ask yourself, why is the right to free speech so extremely important? You should know the answer, but if you don't, the answer, like most things, is very simple. It's one of the cornerstones of democracy itself, and it shocks me that any American, of all people, where freedom beyond anything else is considered by the world to be sacrosanct, should be questioning this. Here's that piece. The links, as always, will be on my site, but I don't know how long they'll be there because Fox likes to delete them as soon as they go up. So this might be the only place you actually hear it. For a while.
Protesters tried to silence our next guest while speaking at a college campus. Now a new study reveals just what students think about free speech. Michael Knowles weighs in coming up next.
4,000 students attempts to shed some light. 41% say hate speech should not be protected by the First Amendment, while another 68% agree students can't share their true opinions on campus. Nearly 7 in 10 can't share it. Our next guest has some experience being protested on campus. Liquid was thrown at him while he was speaking on the University of Missouri-Kansas City in April. Michael Knowles joins us now. Michael, thanks for being here. So my understanding of the First Amendment is it's not there to protect the easy speech. It's there to protect the stuff we don't like. Why don't kids get that?
Of course. If the First Amendment doesn't protect so-called hate speech, then what's the point of it? You don't need a constitutional amendment to protect popular speech. You need it to protect speech that is unpopular, which some people might define as hateful, but then who's the one who's doing that defining? The problem here is primarily one of ignorance. Thomas Jefferson said that a nation that wants to remain ignorant and free in a state of civilization is hoping for something that never was and never will be. But according to another survey, just 40% of Americans can name any of the rights protected by the First Amendment. Only 56% know that the First Amendment protects free speech. This is a problem primarily of ignorance. Another survey showed that students graduating from elite colleges know less about their civics, less about their government than they did when they were going in. As President Reagan said, freedom is not passed in the bloodstream. You have to teach the next generation. If you don't do it, we're going to lose it very soon.
Michael, you've seen this firsthand. But you mentioned Thomas Jefferson. You know, he's not. You can't have him anymore. They're protesting him. But you talked about it's ultimately who's doing the deciding. Who's the one that decides what's hate speech? And in our politically correct world, which it often is, who is making that call?
Of course, when I was physically assaulted at the University of Missouri, Kansas City, the phrase that was considered hate speech is the phrase, men are not women. If you say, I gave another speech at Cal State LA, I said that the United States should have national borders. I was protested and told that that was hate speech. It's always a subjective question when it comes to what is hate speech and therefore what shouldn't be protected. The argument that they make is that certain speech is violent and it harms people. But actually, there was a study last year, 2018, that showed that so-called trigger warnings and safe spaces and all of this censorship is actually harming the students that it intends to help because it leaves them psychologically fragile. They should learn that sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
Michael, I'll go out on a limb and say you are a man, maybe the man. Okay, Michael, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it, Pete.
Now, the point I take from that piece is again very simple. One so-called hate speech is a subjective one, unquote. That's the point to tell any citizen of any country in the Western world, at least, with our so-called democracy, that this or that is hate speech, is to do one thing and one thing only, to deny that citizen of their right to free speech. And in America's case, that's the First Amendment. And in Canada's case, that's Section 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as the name of the document suggests. It is both a disgrace that any country, let alone the United States, should even be debating this. Now, in the second case, in Canada, it is a result of a government that has in its very name the word liberal. But in reality, it's far from that. And I hope and pray that this government is swept from office this October and that Canadians push the next government to repeal any such laws that have been passed with a view of preventing any government in the future to so easily either ignore at best, but at worst usurp our charter. Finally, I go back to the United States. I wanted also to play a piece that comes from my favourite president, probably yours as well. Now, this is a president that I felt kept me safe in the UK as I was starting out on my career, that being obviously the name Ronald Reagan. Just as a side point, I remember travelling to the United States when I was very young, and I remember saying to myself, when we crossed the border reaching Newfoundland, I feel safe now. We're under the nuclear umbrella. Silly maybe that is, but it was a very scary time. I used to wake up in the morning, go to work and say, I'll see you in the morning, God willing. Now this piece, apart from the figures referring to financial conditions for the period, seems as apt today as it did back then. So in my mind, as far as we move forward in time, we have only to look back to see where we are today. Here's that piece from the Reagan Library, A Time for Choosing by Ronald Reagan. Just an aside, that as I took this piece, the number of people that had viewed it, now it doesn't mean the number of people who actually saw it, is more than 2.3 million. All you can say about that is, wow. Here it is, 10/27/64.
The following pre-recorded political program is sponsored by TV for Goldwater Miller on behalf of Barry Goldwater, Republican candidate for President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, we take pride in presenting a thoughtful address by Ronald Reagan. Mr. Reagan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you and good evening. The sponsor has been identified, but unlike most television programs, the performer hasn't been provided with a script. As a matter of fact, I have been permitted to choose my own words and discuss my own ideas regarding the choice that we face in the next few weeks. I have spent most of my life as a Democrat. I recently have seen fit to follow another course, I believe that the issues confronting us cross party lines. Now, one side in this campaign has been telling us that the issues of this election are the maintenance of peace and prosperity. The line has been used, we've never had it so good. But I have an uncomfortable feeling that this prosperity isn't something on which we can base our hopes for the future. No nation in history has ever survived a tax burden that reached a third of its national income. Today, 37 cents out of every dollar earned in this country is the tax collector's share. And yet our government continues to spend $17 million a day more than the government takes in. We haven't balanced our budget 28 out of the last 34 years. We've raised our debt limit 3 times in the last 12 months. And now our national debt is 1.5 times bigger than all the combined debts of all the nations of the world. We have $15 billion in gold in our treasury. We don't own an ounce. Foreign dollar claims are $27.3 billion. And we've just had announced that the dollar of 1939 will now purchase 45 cents in its total value. As for the peace that we would preserve, I wonder who among us would like to approach the wife or mother whose husband or son has died in South Vietnam and ask them if they think this is a peace that should be maintained indefinitely. Do they mean peace, or do they mean we just want to be left in peace? There can be no real peace while one American is dying someplace in the world for the rest of us. We're at war with the most dangerous enemy that has ever faced mankind in his long climb from the swamp to the stars. And it's been said if we lose that war, and in so doing lose this way of freedom of ours, history will record with the greatest astonishment that those who had the most to lose did the least to prevent its happening. Well, I think it's time we ask ourselves if we still know the freedoms that were intended for us by the Founding Fathers. Not too long ago, 2 friends of mine were talking to a Cuban refugee, a businessman who had escaped from Castro. And in the midst of his story, one of my friends turned to the other and said, "We don't know how lucky we are." And the Cuban stopped and said, "How lucky you are. I had some place to escape to." And in that sentence, he told us the entire story. If we lose freedom here, there's no place to escape to. This is the last stand on earth. And this idea that government is beholden to the people, that it has no other source of power except the sovereign people, is still the newest and the most unique idea in all the long history of man's relation to man. This is the issue of this election. Whether we believe in our capacity for self-government or whether we abandon the American Revolution and confess that a little intellectual elite in a far distant capital can plan our lives for us better than we can plan them ourselves. You and I are told increasingly we have to choose between a left or right. Well, I'd like to suggest there is no such thing as a left or right. There's only an up or down. Man's old age dream, the ultimate in individual freedom consistent with law and order, or down to the ant-heap of totalitarianism. And regardless of their sincerity, their humanitarian motives, those who would trade our freedom for security have embarked on this downward course. In this vote harvesting time, they use terms like the Great Society, or as we were told a few days ago by the President, we must accept a greater government activity in the affairs of the people. But they've been a little more explicit in the past, and among themselves, and all of the things I now will quote have appeared in print. These are not Republican accusations. For example, they have voices that say the Cold War will end through our acceptance of a not undemocratic socialism. Another voice says the profit motive has become outmoded. It must be replaced by the incentives of the welfare state. Or our traditional system of individual freedom is incapable of solving the complex problems of the 20th century. Senator Fulbright has said at Stanford University that the Constitution is outmoded. He referred to the President as our moral teacher and our leader. And he says he is hobbled in his task by the restrictions of power imposed on him by this antiquated document. He must be freed so that he can do for us what he knows is best. And Senator Clark of Pennsylvania, another articulate spokesman, defines liberalism as meeting the material needs of the masses through the full power of centralized government. Well, I, for one, resent it when a representative of the people refers to you and me, the free men and women of this country, as the masses. This is a term we haven't applied to ourselves in America. But beyond that, the full power of centralized government, this was the very thing the Founding Fathers sought to minimize. They knew that governments don't control things. A government can't control the economy without controlling people. And they know when a government sets out to do that, it must use force and coercion to achieve its purpose. They also knew, those founding fathers, that outside of its legitimate functions, government does nothing as well or as economically as the private sector of the economy.
Now, I wanted to play that clip, as I said, to highlight that nothing really has changed. The battle today is the same as it was some 55 years ago. We are still fighting for freedom and democracy. Unfortunately, back then, 55 years ago, that was actually being fought by the military, thousands of miles away. Today, our enemy is as close as the next street and the nearest town to you. Sounds dramatic, but the truth is that the supposedly good-intentioned, and we have to assume that, don't we, good-intentioned politicians have unleashed upon many Western nations the beginning of a fight of civilization. A fight for all our beliefs, not just those fluffy, intangible ones. This fight, the outcome of which will shape our societies not just for 10 or 20 years ahead, but literally hundreds, if not tens of hundreds of years into the future. We cannot, we will not fail. We cannot afford to fail. It is our responsibility for those who have yet been born to protect their liberties both now and into the future. You can find more at aradio.wordpress.com, where you can find links to us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Gab, and email. We are also on Spotify. Just go to the podcast section and type Canadian Politics with a twist, and you'll find us. We are continuing to reach out to you, so please pass on the links. Please click on the follow button on Spreaker.com. You can listen to all our morning moments at Spreaker.com under A Radio. That's EHRADIO, A Radio. And please click on the like button. And you can now hear a weekend review of our podcasts on WHBJ-Db, News Talk Radio. Join us and many others, and you can find all our podcasts and morning moments at aradio.wordpress.com. Click on the Morning Moments tab.
That actually the way to achieve prosperity is to have those key things that make a prosperous state: the rights of property, the rule of law, freedom of speech, and democracy. All of these are essential components of success. If you take a single one of them away, you find that the others are not protected. So free speech protects democracy. Democracy protects the rights of property. The rights of property are part of the rule of law. The four always come together.
We fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds.
Thank you for joining us. You are listening to A Radio, and this is the Morning Moment. We're on weekdays, 11:45 Eastern. Follow us on Spreaker.com and click on the like button. I have a piece here that, if you're on the side of truth, wherever it leads, should disturb you. It's actually from Australia, of all places. It's been ripped right from the headlines, but obscured to some extent outside of this country because of the commemorations going on of the 75th commemoration of the D-Day landings in France. It comes, as I say, from the most unlikely place, Australia, a country I thought, as most people did, prided itself on openness and freedom, and not PC-ness, not bowing down to the Islamic correct view on life. That being said, not so much. It appears and seems that many Australians are in a state of shock that this could happen in their country. I'm going to quote from ABC News. That's not the American corporation, it's the Australian one, which stands for the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, who have just recently been raided, in the last few days, literally. During D-Day, they've been raided by the Federal Police of Australia concerning a report they did on military activities that happened in Afghanistan. Here's part of the piece. The links, as always, will be on my site, and afterwards I'll be playing the audio of ABC's response and how they are covering the story themselves. The story is by ABC investigative journalists Dan Oakes and Sam Clark, revealed allegations of unlawful killings and misconduct by Australian Special Forces in Afghanistan, and were based off hundreds of pages of secret defence documents leaked to the ABC. The search warrant named Oakes, Clark and ABC's Director of News, Gavin Morris. AFP officers took with them 2 USB drives containing a small number of electronic files, which were sealed in plastic bags pending a review by ABC lawyers. AFP technicians password protected the files and police were unable to access them until the 2-week period of review is over. ABC lawyers will now analyse the documents to determine any privilege claims. They are also assessing whether they will challenge the terms of the search warrant. 3 AFP officers entered the ABC building at about 11:30 a.m, followed shortly afterwards by 3 police IT technicians. AFP police officers served the ABC legal team with a warrant and searched for information related to the warrant. AFP told the ABC they wanted to search through email systems in relation to the people mentioned in the search warrant, and were searching data holdings between April 2016 and July 2017. They searched for article drafts, graphics, digital notes, visuals, raw television footage, and all versions of scripts related to the Afghan file stories. Thousands of the items were found which matched search terms listed in the warrant. ABC will protect its sources. ABC Managing Director David Anderson said it was highly unusual for the national broadcaster to be raided in this way. This is a serious development and raises legitimate concerns over freedom of the press and proper public scrutiny of national security defence matters, he said. The ABC stands by its journalists, will protect its sources and continue to report without fear or favour on national security and intelligence issues where there is a clear public interest. ABC editorial director Craig McCurdy described the raid as very unwelcome and a serious development, unquote. Quote, "This was outstanding reporting. It was clearly in the public interest and sometimes difficult truths have to be told," unquote, he said. Quote, "We will be doing everything we can to limit the scope of this, and we will be doing everything we can to stand by our reporters," unquote. And there's more in that piece, but that's just the gist of it. Now I'm going to play for you the audio of a video of the response in the studio of an ABC reporter actually in the room while investigators were going through the information. And it's quite horrifying what he says. Listen to it very carefully.
Australian federal police officers are this afternoon continuing to raid the ABC's Sydney headquarters. It's over a series of 2017 stories known as the Afghan Files. The stories by ABC investigative journalists Dan Oakes and Sam Clark revealed allegations of unlawful killings and misconduct by Australian Special Forces in Afghanistan. They were based on hundreds of pages of secret defence documents leaked to the ABC. The search warrant names Oakes, Clark and the ABC's Director of News, Gavin Morris.
Look, I can't say much because I'm named in the search warrant, so I want to, make sure that I'm not overstepping the mark here. But look, what I would say is our journalists do a really difficult job. I'm proud of the job they do. They do it in the public's interest, and journalism is not a crime. So I would say to all of the journalists at the ABC and all the journalists across Australia, don't be afraid of the job you do. Stand up and be proud of it, and continue to act in the public's interest, knowing that the stories you tell and the service you provide the community is a vital one for our democracy. That's all I want to say. I can't say any more at the moment simply because obviously I'm named myself in the search warrant. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for what you're doing today.
Let's bring PK back in now. And PK, extraordinary developments today.
That's right, and very strong comments there from the head of news here at the ABC. The ABC's managing director has said that this morning's AFP raid of our Ultimo offices in Sydney raises legitimate concerns over freedom of the press. And the ABC's head of investigations, John Lyons, has demanded to know, is this a free media? We're going to be joined now by John Lyons, who's been live tweeting all of this throughout the day and really keeping the public informed, including journalists like me, informed about exactly how this looks. John Lyons, welcome.
Hi, thanks, Patricia.
You say this is pretty confronting and have asked, what does it say about a free media? Please take me through exactly what's happened today.
Well, what happened, Patricia, is the AFP arrived here at about 11:30, 3 AFP officers at the front of the ABC in Sydney with a warrant to execute this warrant. They were met by ABC lawyers who then took them upstairs. Because our own Director of News, Gavin Morris, is on the warrant, he couldn't be present. So I asked our lawyers whether I could sit in on the room. I thought it would be good to have a journalist in the room. Otherwise, it's AFP officers and lawyers. Our lawyers said yes, and then when I was in there, I began live tweeting. I thought it was important for people to know this is not a confidential thing. They've come into our building. And then at one point, about an hour into it, the head of the AFP team looked at me and said, so you're tweeting? I said, yes, I am. And he said, why are you doing that? And I said, because I think the staff and the public should know what's going on here. I said I wouldn't tweet out any confidential material, any operational matters or the names of any possible sources, which of course I wouldn't do as a journalist. And so he said, fine. So I've been in there several hours now. So right at the moment, up on level 11 of this building, I've just left it to do this interview. There are 6 AFP officers and about 4 ABC lawyers. They have downloaded 9,214 documents. I counted them. And they are now going through them. They've set up a huge screen and they're going through email by email. It's quite extraordinary. And I feel, as a journalist, it's a real violation because these are emails between this particular journalist and his boss, her boss. It's drafts, it's scripts of stories. I've never seen an assault on the media as savage as this one we're seeing today at the ABC. Because, of course, in journalism, in television, people do a script. Anyone at home can do a draft and you add in a note saying, must check this with Joe Smith, must check that, ring this number. They're trying to access all of those.
And you've tweeted pictures of the warrant. It allows the AFP to add, copy, delete or alter material in the ABC's computers. Tell me about this scope of the warrant. It seems extraordinary to me. Is this standard?
I don't think it is standard, and it's an important point you raise. Right at the moment, the Australian Federal Police have come into the ABC and have the power now to be going through those 9,214 documents and essentially deleting anything they want. They can just decide that email or that particular correspondence has never existed. They can change material. They now have the power to go into an email and change what anybody wrote, what a manager of the ABC wrote to the Defence Department's media unit. And I wonder whether our political leaders, I wonder whether Scott Morrison and Peter Dutton realise this. Because, Patricia, I've sat there for many, many hours now watching this. This would not be allowed to happen in the United States under their constitution. My question is, why is it allowed to happen in Australia in 2019?
So there you heard it. It was quite clear for everybody to hear. This is not the UK. This is not Canada, where freedom and free speech has gone out the window courtesy of 57 Genders Trudeau. This is not de-notice Britain, where the UK government of the day decides what the media can see and can't see, and print and not print, and the public say and not say. This is Australia, a country that prides itself on free speech and freedom. What on earth is going on? And why didn't you hear this in the mainstream media? Why am I playing this? Why isn't this all over the media? Not a word, not a sound. Zilch. Don't you find that strange? That someone like me has to broadcast this? Why isn't this wall-to-wall on Fox, ABC, BBC? I have my suspicions. I know why it's not in Canada, but I can't for the life of me understand why it's not going wall-to-wall in America. Maybe you can make a difference. You can find more at aradio.wordpress.com, where you can find links to us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Gab, and email. We are also on Spotify. Just go to the podcast section and type Canadian Politics with a twist, and you'll find us. We are continuing to reach out to you, so please pass on the links. Please click on the follow button on Spreaker.com. You can listen to all our morning moments at Spreaker.com under A Radio. That's EHRADIO, A Radio. And please click on the like button. And you can now hear a weekend review of our podcasts on WHBJ-Db, News Talk Radio. Join us and many others. And you can find all our podcasts and morning moments at aradio.wordpress.com. Click on the Morning Moments tab.
You're listening to WHBJ, Digital Talk Radio and History from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And good evening. Everybody, thanks for coming out to WHBJ Digital Talk on a Sunday night. What a better night to be with the radio. There is none. Sunday's the best night. Hope you've enjoyed the show so far. History B with D-Day. A couple great episodes from We Raised the Stars and Stripes Over Japan by Mark Schwartz. Great job, Mark. A Radio on top of it from Morning Moment in Canada. Now we're going to move into 2011. A little bit of a flashback. Listen to Ward Miller and I on a show that I can't even remember doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I've done so many. Cold War Radio, just clocking in with episode 735. This is episode number 50 of Steel City Resistance. Steel City Resistance started, it was an offshoot of a grassroots, goofy, comedy-type podcast that I started my podcasting career, at least on the internet, Bird's Eye View. I really can't air any of those episodes because I have a halfway respectable platform now, and I use so many copyrighted materials on that show that I can't possibly, even the intros, or it's just, it's not doable. I might try to sneak some in because there were some doggone funny moments. I mean, what we did was we started off chronicling. I had just separated from my ex-wife, and I was trying to make sure that I maintained a strong bond with my kids. And so I started this podcast with my son as he was playing football in high school. And all his friends came on the show. It was a great time. It really was. And then it morphed into a show about the idiosyncrasies and machinations of being from Pittsburgh. And it was pretty popular. It really was. It was so popular that the mayor stole it. He took Bird's Eye View after listening to the program. I mean, he knew about it. He knew me. And he stole Bird's Eye View and made it a city website. I'll never forgive him for that, but he did that. And, you know, the sad part about it, he's a communist. I didn't know he was a communist at the time. I knew he was a Democrat. But I thought he was more in line with a moderate Democrat. Oh, boy, was I wrong. At that time, when he stole it, I would have given it to him if he would have asked me. But now he went into gun-grabbing mode, and there's no coming back for that communist. He's an enemy of mine. He's an enemy of any veteran. So are all these communists. Don't forget, we fought a Cold War for a long time just to have communists pop up. And it's amazing how many of them are not Americans. I mean, they can call themselves Americans. Hell, anybody can call themselves an American these days. But you look at them and they're foreigners. It's just the way it is. Anyway, enough on that. If you can help out, go to steelcityresistance.com. There's a button on there. What we really want to do now is we want to send Mona Salama, the communications director of Cold War Radio, to the event that's going on. It's the Road to Majority, the Faith and Freedom Coalition in Washington, D.C. We've raised $120 of $600. 2 donors did that. If you can help at all, if there's any way that you can help get her there from New York City to Washington, D.C. for this event, I guarantee you there's going to be some good evenings of Cold War Radio over that. She's a go-getter, and she's going to get the interviews. But we got to get her there. It's just something that we've matured to the point where we're trying to send people to events, but I can't do it without you. I can do it with you. I can help, but just keep that in mind. SteelCityResistance.com. Send Mona to Road to Majority. Or you can go to PayPal.me/Hutch Bailey Jr., BAILIE. PayPal.me/Hutch Bailey Jr. All donations received up until, I don't know, the 21st, 23rd of June will go directly towards sending Mona to the Road to Majority. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's kick back. I don't know. Well, you know what? Let's look right now. It's episode number 50. And if you go to SteelCityResistance.com, another thing that's featured there is an archive, and I have several, but an archive to the show notes for these old programs. At SCR 50, the thing is, when you load the page, it loads all the way, so you have to scroll back and find the episode. It's SCR 50. We're going to go from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette to Fox News about the presidential primary election fraud probe, the Washington Times about John Bolton and Newt Gingrich, CNS News, Big Government, Fox News, talking about growing terrorist targets. All right, this is going to be interesting. I've been waiting to hear this. I hope you have too. Thanks for coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Steel City Resistance.
I thought we were the protectors of truth. Democrats, Republicans, you all lie. We, a small band of survivors, are on our way to the Steel City to find the resistance. Join us.
Welcome to the Steel City Resistance with Senior Airman Ward Miller and the ironclad voice of Pittsburgh, Hutch Jr., laying down verbal C4 to blow away the lies and the political tomfoolery. Your papers have been cleared. Welcome to the Steel City Resistance.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Steel City Resistance. This is episode number 5050. My name is Hutch Jr., and I am located in the Brookline neighborhood of the city of Pittsburgh.
And I'm Ward Miller. I'm located also in the city of Pittsburgh in the Mission Control Center for the Steel City Resistance.
Well, Ward, this marks our second year starting out here. We've knocked out 1 year on just a couple milestones. We've had 13,591 page views on the website.
That's outstanding.
Unfortunately, the top viewed post was not one of the shows. It was Navy SEAL Team 6 that you produced, Ward.
Yeah, that and it wasn't even something I produced. It's something I found.
Well, something you posted, I should have said.
Yeah, which is cool, though.
Yeah.
I'm glad that just shows that people are actually looking and reading stuff on the site, which makes it easier for us to, justify spending all of our time doing it.
Yeah, it's true. It's a good thing. It's fun. I'll tell you that. It's a good thing I like doing it because it does take some time.
Yes, it does.
The top referring sites were Wizard Media, or where we post the show, Google.com, Facebook, and FreedomWorks in that order. Looking at my flag counter, 42 countries have visited the website. Jordan is the newest on 7 December. Someone from Jordan tuned in. We did SCR number 1 on the 5th of December, 2010. And there's a lot of stuff that we post on our site. The site's not just about the show. So if you want to go and search just for the shows, it's the only thing that's on this site. Go to steelcityresistance.libsyn.com, Libsyn, and there's a little calendar in the left column, and you can go to any month, and it'll show you the episodes that were posted during that month. So that's just a little aside there. I thought I'd bring the audience up to date there, Ward.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have stuff posted all over the place. We got stuff on Blip. We got stuff on Libsyn. We got stuff on Blogspot. We got, I mean,
Ustream.
I think it's kind of tough for us to name a social networking site that we're not on.
You're right. And we had some activity recently on our Facebook page, Ward.
Yes, we did. And it was pretty impressive because it's cool because we have people actually commenting. And so Hutch had posted something, said, so our city council supports anti-capitalist, anarchists, CPS USA-backed rabble. Just so you know, this is a retweet from Funky Dung. And Jason Benoit said, years ago, some of us would have only dreamed of people protesting. Why would you have dreamed of people protesting? Because that happened in the 60s. Anyway, those of us who know what's really going on should use this as an opportunity to educate and guide the momentum instead of we continue to focus on what's wrong instead of what we can do right. Jason, I understand what you're trying to say and, wanting us to try and educate these, as Hutch calls them, the useful idiots. The problem is they are being backed by the Tides Foundation and George Soros. There are people among them that are guiding them in the direction that they're going, and those people are being paid to do so.
Absolutely.
So there's not a whole lot we can do about that.
I mean, the SEIU healthcare guy was out there today, and we're going to talk about this in a minute. But Well, yeah, I couldn't tell really where he was coming from. I didn't really understand that comment. I appreciate the comment, Jason, and I hope you listen to the show. But this whole Occupy Pittsburgh thing, like I said, we're going to get into that in a second. But what I decided to do...
It's not even Pittsburgh, Hutch. It's Occupy, period.
You're right.
I mean,
you're right.
Everywhere, the cops have showed tremendous restraint.
Oh, absolute.
You know, in fact, I posted the video on our site, the entire video of where the cop sprayed the pepper spray on those protesters.
Wasn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
I mean, that was just a work of art.
Well, no, the thing was, the media, in its infinite wisdom, only showed the snippet of the cops spraying these poor protesters who weren't doing anything. When you watch the entire video and you see that these people were out there and they basically cornered the police and weren't letting the police leave until they freed their friends and all this other stuff.
They surrounded them. I mean, they physically created a barrier around them. These people were sitting in a walkway. They were
Exactly.
They were blocking transportation.
And they were blocking the police from leaving. And, it doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure out when you go screwing with the police, and they have weapons at their disposal, and they're not afraid to use them. So, do stupid stuff like that at your own peril.
And the thing that really irritates me, with the advent of all the technology that's available to us now, and with running water and flushing toilets in everybody's house, I mean, these people take everything for granted. You and I have been overseas. I mean, you go to other countries, and I have absolutely no sympathy for these people. I mean, they've had life given to them, handed to them, because of our forefathers and real necessary protests and struggles. I mean, this is a bunch of spoiled idiots to me, man. I mean,
well, I mean, it's like we said, it's a bunch of useful idiots who go in and they're sheep. They're easily led astray, and they're going to follow whoever it is that tells them, hey, you know what? Don't you think you're paying too much for your college tuition? Hey, if you got enough money to pay for college tuition, go. If you don't, go to the military. They'll pay for it when you're done. And you want free college? There it is.
If you take courses and a major or whatever in art or history, don't be pissed off when you come out and nobody's hiring an art major. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I mean, really. But what incidentally, just one more thing on that. That link that Eric sent us is a copy of a resolution that the Pittsburgh City Council, everybody opted in, everybody signed it in solidarity with these communist-backed people. Just so you know.
Yeah. Well, does that surprise you?
It
Seeing
does.
as the entire
it does, though.
It doesn't surprise me a bit. Seeing as the entire city council of the city of Pittsburgh is Democrats, and they're going to follow the drum of Obama and down the line, and the Democrats have some sort of a love fest in their head for these Occupy people.
It's sickening.
And yeah, I mean, it's one of them things where they are going to do what they're going to do. There's nothing we can do about it.
I was surprised that I happen to like Bill Peduto. And I, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking he's not really a Democrat. He just ran as a Democrat so he could run. Because sometimes he says
so he could win.
Yeah, sometimes he says some good things, Other times he's off the wall. But for him to sign that paper, he lost all credibility with me. He's back on the list. And I tweeted to him, too, about this. Him and my representative here, Natalia Rudiak. I can't believe they put their names on that paper. Despicable.
Did you get a response?
No. They.
You're not.
I have in the past, but not on that one. I don't see how you defend your position. Come out and talk to me about that one.
Yeah, exactly.
But what I decided to do, Ward, is I printed out a couple of our posts just on Facebook to see what's going on there, because both of us post on there quite a bit. Steel City Resistance show notes link page is published for our more curious listeners. Attorney General Holder threatened with impeachment in hearing, and ABC News, CNN, CBS, NBC have nothing on their news pages. Stop watching these outlets, folks. They are corrupt and not reporting news. Fast and Furious is real, and the bodies pile up. Trump's debate on Newsmax and Ion TV is further proof that the Left Behind Media's demise. They are no longer relevant. And, it really cracks me up that all these so-called conservative pundits and other conservatives are coming out making fun of Donald Trump, and they just had a debate last night with George Stephanopoulos.
Yeah, the thing is, though, I mean, with Stephanopoulos, at least you could say, I have a problem with Trump. I have a big problem with Trump. Trump is a wolf in sheep's clothing as far as I'm concerned. He's a hardcore, and he in the past has been a hardcore Democrat. All of a sudden, he's this big Republican-loving, SOB, and I don't know where that came from. And Trump doesn't do anything unless it helps Trump. All he wants is to get his name in the paper, and get ink. And the bottom line is, I think, there was a thing I saw yesterday where he's threatening to cancel the debates. It's just an opportunity for him to get his name in the paper, because his shows isn't back on the air yet. He's looking for some way to drum up, some kind of publicity.
I guess my main point is George Stephanopoulos was Bill Clinton's communications director. How do you get, even if Trump is a Democrat, why not have another debate? I mean, why is he excluded from that world when you have our sworn enemies hosting 90% of the debate so far? I was watching that one last night, and I was getting mad. I mean, these questions are like, why do we set ourselves up like this?
Well, the thing is, I mean, it's the same I guess what I'm trying to say is the candidates have the same problem Trump does. They want to get ink.
Sure.
And the only way that they're going to get ink is to show up at these debates. And the only downside is they have these gotcha questions that they're laying in wait. And guys like Perry, who don't think real well on their feet, look really stupid.
Yeah, that's true. And they tried it. They tried it a lot on this last one. Stephanopoulos, George stuffing envelopes, got right into it to get everybody to pile on Newt. And I'm going to tell you what, he crushed them. He absolutely, there was no question about it. He came out and he made them look stupid, especially Romney. I mean, he made Romney look like a fool.
Gingrich isn't a dumb guy. I mean, anybody who thinks that he's some kind of a moron is out of their mind. He's very intelligent and he's savvy. He's been in this game for a long time, so he knows what's laying there. He knows going into the debate that Stephanopoulos is going to do what Stephanopoulos is going to do. So there's no surprises for him. And I think that that's the big thing, is to find out what, basically what it's going to come down to is, other than Gingrich, who else survives?
And the thing is, when there's some prominent people that are coming down hard on Newt, and I have my own reasons that I think that it's happening. But even Glenn Beck is just smashing Newt. And the thing is at this point in time, if we don't get George Washington in there, which we're not going to, we got to get somebody in there besides Obama. Anybody besides Obama, and I mean that. Even if it's Ron Paul, he would be better than Obama. He would be. He would be. This guy's.
I mean,
I don't want that.
Damn watering can would be better than Obama.
Right.
That has nothing to do with it. I still, Ron Paul scares the shit.
Yeah, he does me too. But I'm not going down that road today. Romney bet Perry $10,000 last night on the debate. Did you get a chance to see it?
I didn't see it.
Oh, you missed a good one. I'm telling you. Perry came out and told him that in your first book you put down that Romney Care would be a good model for the rest of the country, and when it came out in paperback, you revised it because you knew you were running for president, and you took that out. And Romney denied it. So the thing now is I want to see the proof now, because I've never read a Romney book. But that's going to be a defining thing. I mean, but it was so beneath the presidency. I mean, who has $10,000 to bet other than somebody rich like him,
Well, Romney does, because he's got the biggest war chest of anybody, and that's what he's planning on doing. Is he's going to outspend everybody. So if he gets beat in Iowa, which I imagine he will, when you see the next debates in New Hampshire and South Carolina, they're just going to the people down there are going to be inundated with Romney advertisements. I mean, because Romney's got the money. Romney's got more money than anybody else in the Republican field.
He doesn't have a chance down south, though. If there's somebody else, for one thing, Newt Gingrich is from Georgia. Yeah. He's not from Georgia, but he lived in Georgia for a long time. He was a military brat. But But they're not going to vote. The people down in South Carolina are not going to vote for a governor from Massachusetts. It's just not going to happen. I mean, not if there's somebody viable.
New Hampshire's the only shot he has.
Exactly.
Of the majors.
Bachmann's pretty good on policy, but man, she looks shaken. She just looks, she's reaching, you know what I mean? And when they start to reach, I mean, she exoriated Romney and Perry. And, you know, I don't think people are looking for that right now. I'm not, other than Romney.
I don't think that she, you know, and I said this before, she put all her eggs in one basket in Iowa. And if she doesn't win Iowa, she's done. And she's not going to win Iowa.
No.
Iowa's going to come down to the three. It's going to be Romney, Gingrich, and Ron Paul.
Yeah, I agree.
Are going to be the big three.
Unless there's something off the wall happens. I mean, Perry.
The only way that happens if they're in a plane crash and she has a shot.
Perry made another gaffe, but boy, Perry sounded good. I'm telling you. I'm just saying.
Perry goes out of his way to fall on top of himself.
He does. He hurts himself, but I don't know. They're all starting to get it, though, because the last question was, can you say something good about somebody else on this stage? And Santorum made his bid for vice president, and then he went in there and he like complimented Gingrich, and it was just fun to watch. But it looks like they're starting to get it. I think that the establishment politicians and the pundits are terrified of Newt Gingrich. I do. I think that, I mean, he's got problems. He's done some progressive things. He's been politically pragmatic before we understood as a country what dire straits we were in. I think he's had an epiphany. I do. I mean, just the way he's talking now. I heard him yesterday, and he's the only one up there that is going to be honest. Maybe Santorum would too, and maybe Bachmann too, but Romney certainly won't. Romney said that Islam is not an inherently violent religion, so he obviously has been paid off. But Gingrich told the truth that the Palestinians and the Palestinian state were made up. They're not true. And that's absolutely right. There never was a Palestine.
Yeah.
You know, and he said it.
Yeah, I saw that, and then there was some idiot from the Islamic Handjob Foundation or whatever the hell he's from, and he comes out and says that, you know, that he called Gingrich a moron. And said
that's crazy.
Should retract what he said, and it's like I would never retract it.
I could vote for the guy
what I said.
Just for that. To me, that is the most important subject matter that our president faces is how do you deal with this? How do you deal with this caliphate that has occurred on Obama's watch, you know, that he helped create? That is the most important thing, and coupled with the economy, because you can't be strong if you don't have an economy. Like Newt said, you can't be the strongest country in the world if you're not the strongest country in the world.
Exactly, and you know, we have a bunch of stuff built up, but we don't have manufacturing here anymore. And until we get that stuff back, and we can become self-sufficient, we're gonna have problems.
Absolutely.
And the way for that to happen is the government to get out of the damn way and let businesses want to create jobs. I watched an interview the other day with one of the heads of the Fortune 500 company. It was a Fortune 500 company, and he said point blank, he said, we want to create jobs. That's what business does. We sell our product. We sell so much product that we have to hire more people. When we hire more people have jobs, and da-da-da-da. We want to do that. The government keeps throwing landmines in front of these people so that it's, okay, well, we want you to hire a whole bunch of people, but if you don't pay them, you know, pay this much on health insurance, we're going to fine you. If you have too many people on your payroll and you don't give them, you know, this premium health insurance, we're going to fine you, and whatnot. Obamacare is killing business. The EPA is killing business, and until somebody reins those two things in, you're not going to. This economy will never thrive again.
And the other organization that's killing business is the Democrat-controlled United States Senate. I mean, it's unbelievable. There's bills over there
that they won't pass.
Right.
They refuse. They won't even talk about.
Right. It's ridiculous.
Won't put up for a vote.
And out of the other side of their mouth comes that the Republicans are blocking everything. It's such a lie. It's unreal.
I'd like to know how the Republicans can block a damn thing because they're in the minority in the Senate.
Right.
So you should be able to. The thing is, they should be able to be pumping bills out of the Senate, and if the Republicans are truly the ones that are getting away with them, they should still pump the bill out and then say, okay, it died in the House. And then start pointing at, hey, the House didn't do this, the House didn't do that. They're not able to do that because
the House is working.
Yeah, they refuse to put anything on.
To bring this, I just had to throw a local story in there because it's making national news, and it really disgusts me, the audacity of these people. Occupy Pittsburgh vows to seize and rename Mellon Green. Organizers of the Occupy Pittsburgh tent encampment said today they are seizing the BNY Mellon's privately owned park in downtown, will rename it People's Park, and will serve BNY Mellon with an eviction notice Monday. Now, if that, look at this, Jeff Ketch, 28 of Greenfield, keep your head down, Ward. I
want to meet him.
One of the organizers made this announcement at a press conference late this morning. Members of the protest movement at Mellon Green said they will not be moved from the downtown park and instead are cleaning and winterizing the site as part of their plan to stay at least through winter. Well, I got something to tell you, Jeff. I think that you better watch some tape of the G20.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to end pretty for you, and this is disgusting. For you to think that you can steal somebody else's land and call it a communist people's park, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Not in the city of Pittsburgh. The Pittsburgh police know how to deal with morons. And the first thing that they're going to do is, number one, it's getting cold. It's getting real cold. And, you might have this little fantasy in your head about how, you're standing up to the man and whatnot, and you're going to show them. You're going to freeze your ass off. You're going to end up with pneumonia because you're camping out and it's going to be 10 degrees.
And if it comes down to it, your eardrums are going to be blown out by the LRAD.
Exactly.
Ken Miller, 38 of the North Side, said he expects occupiers will win their fight in court. Volunteers and occupiers this morning were moving tents to one side of the park and cleaning up muddy, wet cardboard, pallets, and particle board that had served as the foundation for their tents. They also are raking away debris and replacing it with fresh material. A little after noon, several dozen occupiers, including many union members, were gathered outside the encampment at 6th Avenue and Grant Street in anticipation of police attempts to oust them. You keep on anticipating, and we'll see how that works out for you, because I'm paying attention.
Here's the deal. The BNY Mellon allowed them to go and set up their protest there. At any point, they could have said no.
They bought the straw.
This is private property. Get out.
They bought the straw that they threw so they could graze.
Yeah. Exactly. So Mellon did nothing but try and be nice to these people. Now they're going to say, this is my land. I mean, what was it, squatters' rights? Is that what they're going to claim?
And by the way, Occupy Pittsburgh people, Mellon Bank, Andrew Mellon, if it wasn't for Andrew Mellon, there wouldn't be a Pittsburgh. Let's just put it that way. He's one of the founding fathers of the maybe not the founding fathers, but he's one of the people that were instrumental in bringing Pittsburgh onto the world scene and making this the city it once was. It's not as big as it was, but it's certainly my city, and I'm proud of it, and I'm proud of Andrew Mellon.
Between Andrew Mellon, Andrew Carnegie, Frick,
Phipps, the list goes on and on.
Shenley, all those guys, they made Pittsburgh what it was.
Now, Robert Morris was one of the founding fathers. They're one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence or the Constitution, one of them, the Constitution, I believe. Anyway, back in the 2008 elections, there was some rumbling in the city of Pittsburgh, and they even had the district attorney was involved with it concerning Acorn and some of their shenanigans with voter registrations and things like that. And now what we have in Indiana, we have some things heating up, Ward.
Yeah, apparently Charity Rory, a mother of four, sat in her Mishtakowa, Indiana kitchen, stunned that her name appeared on a 2008 Democratic presidential primary petition for then-candidate Barack Obama. "That's not my signature," she told Fox News, saying her signature is absolutely a fake. She said that she was troubled that someone forged her signature and that of her husband Jeff and listed personal details such as their address and birthdays. "It's scary," Rory said. "It's shocking, and it's definitely illegal. A lot of people have already lost faith in politics and our whole realm of politics, so this just solidifies our worries and concerns." Robert Hunter Jr. said his name was fake too. "I did not sign for Barack Obama," he told Fox News, adding that his signature supporting the then Illinois senator's effort to get on the primary ballot was also a forgery. So, I mean, we're already seeing this kind of an uprising in Russia where Putin supposedly
there was problems with the elections, and I mean they had the biggest demonstrations.
It's basically the same thing.
Yeah, I mean this has got to be stopped here. I mean when you have NAACP, which is a shame that the organization has gone to these depths. They were very instrumental at one time, but for them to say that requiring picture voter ID, photo ID to vote is racist just drives me up the wall. I mean, I don't know. I know in Pennsylvania you can go get an ID card. It's nuts.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with presenting a who you are type thing.
No.
You know what would be even better? I've been thinking about this. What if they did this? They said, okay, Hutch, you're a registered voter, so I'm going to send you this card. You take this card to any ATM. You put it in a slot, and you vote. So therefore, you don't have to worry about a polling place. You could do it at any ATM. Once the card's used one time, it's done.
Yeah. I mean, they should do something. I mean, surely there's...
Well, apparently none of this stuff's working because between Acorn and all these other foundations that are propped up by the Democratic machine, they're able to go in there and fake, who you are, I would love to see the one for Pennsylvania and look to see just if my name's on it. Because I know that there's no way in hell that I voted for him to be on anything. I wouldn't vote for him to be the dog catcher.
Well, they're having the same problem out in Wisconsin with the Walker recall. The governor's recall up there. There's signatures that are doubled and tripled. And I saw a video of a guy that claimed that he signed the petition or signed a recall petition 80 times.
Yeah, that doesn't make it legal, dude. And the fact that you're willing to go and say on national television that you committed fraud.
I mean, voter fraud.
Either A, you're really dumb, or B, you got really big balls.
Yeah, I mean, it's unreal. And it's supposed to be, I mean, it is a big deal. And there should be more. You can tell who's cheating by who's mad and who's not. I mean, this whole thing is, I don't know. It makes me really nervous. It does, man. I mean, especially if this is, I don't think this election's going to be close. But if
it's going to be a blowout.
But if it was, I mean, think of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at, I will tell you right now, I honestly believe that if Obama loses, which he will, and he will lose in a large way, that he's going to be calling for recons, and he's going to be, calling for all this other stuff, a la Al Gore. He's going to be Al Gore to the 10th power.
I don't think
because then it's going to be, well, no, they cheated me because I'm a black guy. It has nothing to do with the fact that you ran the country into the ground. You lost our credit rating. You did any of this stuff.
The very First Amendment in the Constitution of the United States of America gives us the freedom to express our opinions and ideas in many ways. Speech can be weak, speech can be strong. Speech can be words, speech can be song. Speech can breed love, speech can breed hate. Speech can be poor, speech can be great. There are so many things that speech can be, but above all else, speech must be free. This message is brought to you by the NAB Education Foundation, the Broadcast Education Association, McCormick Foundation, and this station.
Political leaders are praising Occupy Wall Street.
American people are now occupying Wall Street. Do you support them?
Well, I support the message.
I think it expresses the frustrations that the American people feel.
I'm with them emotionally, viscerally, in my bones. I know they're right.
What is happening at the Occupy Wall Street protest?
Jews control Wall Street!
You're a bomb, Jew.
The small ethnic Jewish population in this country, they have a firm grip on America's media, finances.
You got the money. That's why you're fighting, Jewish man. You can't even speak English. Are you Israeli? Go back to Israel.
Why are our leaders turning a blind eye to anti-Semitic, anti-Israel attacks? Tell President Obama and Leader Pelosi to stand up to the mob. Hate is not an American value.
For America's wounded warriors, coming home can sometimes be a battle in itself. Making the transition back to civilian life or active duty with a traumatic injury can be the challenge of a lifetime. The USO provides every American a way to support our wounded warriors and their families through every phase of their medical treatment and rehabilitation. It's how all of us, as a community, can give something back to our heroes. It's how we can say thank you and assure them that their sacrifice is recognized and appreciated by every one of us. Join us. Visit USO.org to learn how you can make a difference in the lives of our wounded warriors and their families. The USO, until everyone comes home.
This podcast is proud to be a part of the Blueberry Network. Find freshly picked podcasts just for you at blueberry.com. That's blueberry, no ease.com.
I'll tell you, something happened concerning the race card that this week that really it made me sad. It really did. Glenn Beck said that if the Tea Party votes for Newt Gingrich, it must be because Obama's black. And I was just stunned, man. My jaw dropped. I'm like, Glenn, why would you say something as stupid as that just because this guy's in government? I mean, I understand his passion for the progressive movement and everything like that, but I couldn't believe he said that.
Well, you know, the same thing is these people that emphatically support Ron Paul, the Romulans.
Yeah.
You know, they never apparently they never listen to what he says.
Well, I mean, I had problems with the tweet feed for the last show, but in fairness to Funky Dung, he replied quite a bit on many of the issues, and no offense, my brother, but he said that if Ron Paul is not in the race, he will not back anybody else, and to me, that's more idol worship than it is understanding where our country's going to go if this current Marxist remains our president.
Well, yeah, and my biggest thing with Ron Paul has nothing to do with his stance on basically anything. A lot of his constitutional stances I do agree with.
But he's got a very big one wrong, though. He's got a very big one wrong. When he talks about the Middle East and he talks about Iran and he talks about all these other Middle Eastern countries, and he's not in tune enough to understand the reason why they hate us. He thinks it's something that we do, and for somebody like that to be in power that thinks that anything we do besides converting to Islam is going to change their mind or their actions doesn't deserve to be the commander-in-chief. I'm sorry.
Well, the fact that he refused to recant the fact that he stated that the reason that we brought on the 9/11 attacks, and you know, that basically is a slap in the face to anybody who has served or is currently serving this country. And I will never, ever support that.
I have to have a leader. This country needs a leader, not just this country. The whole Western civilization needs an American leader that understands Islam. And he doesn't understand it.
Well, the current president understands Islam, saying he's Muslim himself, but that's neither here nor there. The problem that we
had to go there, didn't you?
Damn right. I only have one gear, Hutch, and it's straight ahead. No, I mean the thing is, when he decided that we were going to do something in where's Gaddafi from? Libya.
North
when
Africa.
When he was sending troops to Libya and said that the UN's going to lead the way.
Oh.
At that point, it's like, no, you don't put control of our troops under anybody. The United States military functions under the United States under the orders of the president, not the orders of some commandant that was assigned by the UN.
Yeah, I can't stand the blue helmets. Something else that the UN's trying to do, and maybe we'll cover this next week, but with Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and some ass lifter out there, I can't remember which one it was, but they're trying to push something through the United Nations that would make it hate speech to say anything derogatory about Islam. The United States government. I mean, that's beyond the pale.
Oh yeah, I don't discount that at all. It's one of them things, and I've said it a million times on the show. It's another opportunity for them to try and force political correctness down our throats. You can't call a pig if it's illegal for me to say it.
Exactly.
That's it's a violation of the First Amendment. How can she even, you could go to the UN and pass whatever the hell law you want. But the bottom line is, if I go to jail for saying that Islam is full of people that want to fucking kill us, bottom line, you put me in jail, I'm fighting that on the First Amendment, and I win.
Yeah, it's something that it's un-American. Speaking of Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, you brought a story that Mr. Gingrich would certainly clean house at the State Department.
Oh, absolutely. This is probably my favorite story of the night. It's Newt Gingrich promised conservatives on Tuesday that he would ask former UN Ambassador John Bolton to be his Secretary of State if elected to president next year. According to several of those who met with him hours later, he repeated that vow publicly to the Republican Jewish coalition, winning a round of applause. If he accepts it, I will ask John Bolton to be my Secretary of State, the former House Speaker said. That's putting somebody in that position that actually understands foreign policy.
And understands Islam.
Unlike the current Secretary of State we have. The thing is, and I've said it a million times on the show, and I said the same thing with Bush. Condoleezza Rice was not a dumb woman, and I'm not trying to say that in any way, shape, or form. However, when you can't send a woman to do negotiations with an Islamic country because they don't take them serious, and they take that as a sign of disrespect because you don't even have the what's the word, the gravitas to send a man here. You're going to send a woman, a lower being. And the thing, and not that I'm saying that Condoleezza Rice was a bad person. I don't think that any woman can have that job and deal with these Islamic countries effectively.
No, it's not in their makeup. I mean, one questioner asked Mr. Gingrich how he would assure conservatives he would be trustworthy, which is when he replied that he would tap Mr. Bolton, a hero to conservatives, whom President George W. Bush named as a recess appointment to the UN ambassadorship after the Senate refused to confirm him. Mr. Gingrich's statement that Mr. Bolton would be his pick to head the State Department drew applause from the Jewish Republican group, which was hearing from virtually all GOP presidential hopefuls in a day-long session in Washington. So that shows you his makeup. Bolton is an excellent choice for state. I mean,
by far, he
would have made a good president.
He understands what's going on overseas more than anybody else that I can think of.
Yeah, he's great. I mean, he's a wonderful guy. A hat tip to Nancy from Facebook. She's a frequent commenter. She sent us a story. The president recently trying to channel, I hate that word channel, buzzwords just, anyway, trying to be like the father of modern progressivism, Teddy Roosevelt, gave a speech, and I got a little bit of heat on Twitter because I basically said, I listened to some of the shows that day and I analyzed it a little bit myself. And really, some of the things that the president said in this speech could have easily been said by Lenin or Marx. I mean, he basically railed, saying that the free market doesn't work, and it didn't work in the 20s, and it didn't work in the 50s and 60s, and it didn't work in the 80s. And that is just completely in the face of facts. I mean, Calvin Coolidge, there was a depression before the Great Depression in the 20s, and Calvin Coolidge ended it, and it was caused by Woodrow Wilson. The tax rates were so high, I don't know the exact percentage, but they were like in the 70s, 70% of your income. And Calvin Coolidge came in and drastically reduced government and drastically reduced taxes, and the most forward-moving era in American history, the Roaring Twenties, was unleashed. I mean,
that's why it became called the Roaring Twenties.
Sure.
The economy was taking off and actually being positive.
And the 50s and 60s, I mean, the 50s and 60s is basically when we modernized America. It's when the suburbs were formed, you know, where, I don't want to say invented, but it's when suburbs started showing up. It's when the average, not cost of living, but your average, I'm having a Rick Perry moment here. But everybody's was much more well off than they were before, and standard of living. That's what I was looking for.
That's what you were.
Department of Energy. Yeah. But in the 80s, that was Reagan's expansion that got us out of the malaise of the 70s. So it was just factually incorrect. And I mean, some of the things that he was saying, he must have used the word inequality 100 times. And I had some conversations on Twitter with people, and I had this one guy, and he just on and on and on talking about equality. And I'm like, the equality is not supposed to be about what you get. You get equality of opportunity, not outcomes. The outcomes part is up to you. You get
exactly.
And this whole thing about inequality and outcomes is just it's never worked in the world. I mean, the Soviet Union had to be one of the most miserable places to live in the last few decades. I mean, I just can't expect.
Well, between Russia and Cuba, you know, look at these other places that Marxism is / communism / socialism. Look at all the places that it's deeply ingrained, and see how well they're doing.
Just look at Europe. Europe's collapsing. And the other thing, too, is in a country this big, and a country as big as ours, you have to look at the Soviet Union, and you have to look at China, and you have to look at the graveyards. You have to look at the millions of bodies that it takes to do that to people. Because it does. Because I'm not going. You know what I mean? You're going to have to kill me. That's just the way it is.
Happens.
Yeah, it is what happens. And it's historically documented, and they've done a good job in our education system in this country to rewrite history that it doesn't teach these kids that. And they end up being in Occupy Wall Street because they don't know.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Now, a story that probably should have...
Real quick before you go,
certainly.
That entire video is posted on our site. Go out to steelcityresistance.blogspot.com, check out the video, and see what we're talking about. We have the entire speech that Obama gave, you know, declaring that, you know, free markets have never worked.
Yeah, we have a lot of things on our website, and you look over on the right-hand side, there's links to a whole lot of other things. If you have any question about what we talk about when we're talking about Islam, and let me just say that I have no problem with peaceful people, but go to Bare Naked Islam and look at some truth. Now, this story probably should have got a little bit more prominence than it did, but it's by A.W.R. Hawkins, and it's titled, What Does Secretary of State Clinton Know About Fast and Furious in El Paso? In July, I had a post on Big Government about an article in the El Paso Times which detailed an alleged gun smuggling operation into Mexico from El Paso, Texas, and or Columbus, New Mexico. The weapons being smuggled were not part of the 2,500 guns Holder and Company let walk into Mexico from Arizona, but were alleged to have been regularly transported from the Dallas-Fort Worth area into El Paso or Columbus in an operation overseen by Obama's State Department. The weapons smuggled weren't 22 rifles or 410 shotguns or pellet guns. Rather, we're talking about anti-aircraft weapons and hand grenades from the Vietnam War era, as well as grenade launchers, assault rifles, handguns, and military gear, including night vision goggles and body armor. According to at least one former DEA official and one CIA contract pilot, the weapons were being sold to drug cartel members in Mexico, where they were being stockpiled for use at an unspecified future place and time. How is that possible? How is that possible? This is, somebody better go to prison at the end of this.
Oh, I totally agree.
Just as I currently think of Holder when I read of the DOJ's complicity in Fast and Furious because the Attorney General is top dog there, so too when I read about the alleged smuggling out of El Paso and Columbus overseen by the State Department, I wonder what Secretary of State Hillary Clinton knew and knows. With this alleged smuggling in mind, I reread some of Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's speeches on border violence from 2009 and 2010, and I found myself wondering, is Congressman Darrell Issa going to question her on these matters? After all, it was while in Mexico in 2009 that Hillary delivered a speech on border violence in which she outraged Americans by blaming the U.S. for the crime being committed in Mexico. We know very well that the drug traffickers are motivated by the demand for illegal drugs in the United States, that they are armed by the transport of weapons from the United States to Mexico, and exactly 1 year later, she stood on Mexican soil and said, "We accept our share of the responsibility." As I said when I first came here a year ago, I think standing right here on this stage, the United States is your partner and your supporter. We know that the demand for drugs drives much of this illicit trade, that guns purchased in the United States, as we saw some of the examples outside, are used to facilitate violence here in Mexico. This is just, you know what this is all about, what we said at the beginning. This is all about dismantling the Constitution.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I predicted this year, when we first heard about Fast and Furious, and I said that this was Obama's chance to get gun control, because that's something that he had told to Bill Brady's wife.
Sorry about
and
that,
said,
ladies and gentlemen.
He told Bill Brady's wife that he was working on something under the covers. This is what was under the covers.
And it's something that just, again, somebody needs to go to prison. The United States of America, the people have to stand up, and this is just anti-American, completely, the ruling class, completely out of control. And like I said on Facebook, the media is not even covering this. So in my opinion, the media needs to be drugged down too. I mean, this is in your face, man.
Yeah. And the thing is, there was a story that they talked to Holder, and Holder said that he's not going to step down, and that while it's tragic that there's going to be a lot more people that are killed with these weapons, and he can't even guess how many they're going to be. It's like, really?
He's so arrogant. He's so arrogant. I watched those hearings, and I didn't watch them all, but I watched a good bit of them. And, I mean, they were calling the NRA radical. These people, they're insidious. They are freaking insidious, and they're dangerous. And they need to be, it's God bless the internet. I mean, it's coming down. People are going to be surprised. The normal people that watch Glee and watch football and don't turn on the news or turn it on just a little bit, at some point in time, life is going to get tough enough that they're going to start paying attention. And when they do, and they realize how hoodwinked they've been for so long, I mean, to me, I can't believe the Pittsburgh, to bring it local, I can't believe the Pittsburgh City Council signed a document in solidarity with a group that is completely 100% allied with the Communist Party USA, with the American Nazi Party. I mean, I posted a list of all of the official organizations that back the Occupy movement, Hamas, Hezbollah, CARE, it just, the list goes on and on. It is a who's who of the gutter.
Yeah.
Gets me tongue-tied. I mean, I can't believe it that these people sit there and lie about their patriotism and about their... It just makes me sick. It's unbelievable. All it is tyranny.
I don't understand how our elected officials can take a vow to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Well said.
And that's the last thing that they're doing.
And I mean, that was I didn't put it together, but that's what I meant. I mean, these people are supposed to be for America.
That's why I'm on the show, Hutch, to help to focus you in on what you should be doing.
You can see I was listening. I had to get straightened back out. Man. I was having a moment. a brief interlude for the audience, for the lovely ladies of the audience of WHBJ and Cold War Radio specifically. Let's get back to the show. Ward, the last story of the evening is another disgusting show out of Washington that's just, it shows where we're at. When you have Senator Susan Collins being the defender in an argument, then you know it's got to be bad.
Yeah, apparently Senator Susan Collins on Wednesday blasted the Defense Department for classifying the Fort Hood massacre as, get this folks, workplace violence, and suggested political correctness is being placed above the security of the nation's armed forces. She's absolutely right.
Certainly.
And we've said this a million times on the show. Until we get away from this politically correct crap and call a pig, you're not going to get anything. It's going to continue to get worse. It's going to spiral out of control. Coming out and saying that this Islamic Arab, whatever you want to call him, major, came out, start yelling, Allah Akbar, and opening fire on defenseless people that are totally unarmed. And to say that's just workplace violence, that's not workplace violence.
Well, this administration has always been on the wrong side of this.
That was a terrorist attack, plain, pure, simple, period. There's no other way you can look at that. There's no other conclusion you can come to. When these guys are out there and they're yelling Allah Akbar, they're not good guys.
Absolutely not. And his track record that preceded this event, him getting into arguments, the political correctness, and I'll tell you right now, because I know, political correctness is awash in the United States military. It is one of the most politically correct organizations in the country. I'm telling you, it is. And the reason
it's crap.
It is, and the reason that his superiors said nothing was because political correctness is an operation designed to shut people up. And that's exactly what it did. The people that raided him and the people that knew of his outbursts, they did nothing because they feared for themselves because of that equal opportunity block that has to be checked on their OER, their officer evaluation report. It's the one thing that will kill your career quicker than anything else is having a problem with the EO. And it's got to stop. It really does. I mean, this guy is so deep that General George Casey, a 4-star general, combat general, stated that we have to be careful because we don't want the biggest casualty in this event to become our diversity. And I was like, please resign, sir.
Yeah.
Well,
the best quote in the entire article is, to me, it's a validation of what we've been trying to do all year, King emphasized. There's a definite threat from Islamic radicalization in various parts of our society, including within the military. And we can't allow political correctness to keep us from exposing us for the threat that it is. That is and that's a quote. That is the perfect quote. Because, and until you can identify the problem, and say, this is the problem, and do it without, I'm going to hurt somebody's feelings. I don't give a damn if I'm hurting your feelings. Because I'm going to call a pig, and if this guy was standing in front of me right now, I'd tell him, you're a freaking terrorist. You've always been a terrorist, and your entire goal was to get to that point in your military career that you felt as though you could go under the wire and start attacking American citizens.
Senator Joe Lieberman said the military has become a direct target of violent Islamist extremism within the United States. The stark reality is that the American service member is increasingly in the terrorist scope and not just overseas in a traditional war setting, Lieberman told Fox News before the start of Wednesday's hearing. In June, 2 men allegedly plotted to attack a Seattle, Washington military installation using guns and grenades. In July, Army Private Nasser Abdo was accused of planning a second attack on Fort Hood. And in November, New York police arrested Jose Pimentel who allegedly sought to kill service members returning from Iraq and Afghanistan. Both Pimentel and Abdo also allegedly drew inspiration from al-Awlaki and the online jihadist magazine Inspire, which includes a spread on how to make a bomb in the kitchen of your mom. And a hero on this, Representative Peter King of New York, the Republican chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee, said, "Military service members are symbols of America's power, symbols of America's might. And if they can be killed, then that is a great propaganda victory for al-Qaeda," King told Fox News. I also think that singling out al-Qaeda, like the military does, as opposed to the worldwide movement that encompasses many other groups besides al-Qaeda, needs to be identified more, as opposed to just, focusing just on this one group, al-Qaeda.
Yeah, al-Qaeda is just an arm of the beast. You know what I mean?
Sure, absolutely.
Hezbollah's in there. I mean, you look at all of these radical Islamic groups. Al-Qaeda is just one of them.
They all came from the Muslim Brotherhood, which now runs half the Middle East.
Exactly.
And we need a leader that understands that more than we need just about anything else other than our economy fixed. King said there is also evidence that extremists have joined the services. There is a serious threat within the military from people who have enlisted who are radical jihadists, King said. The Defense Department is very concerned about them. They feel they're a threat to the military both for what they could do within the military itself and also because of the weapon skills they acquire while they're in the military. The witnesses testifying before the joint session include Paul N. Stockton, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense, Jim Stoutville, U.S. Army Senior Advisor for Counterintelligence Operations and Liaison to the FBI, Lieutenant Colonel Reed Sawyer, Director of the Combating Terrorism Center at West Point, and Darius Long, whose son, Army Private William Andrew Long, was shot and killed at an Arkansas military recruitment center in 2009. A second private was also injured in the Arkansas attack. Both victims had just finished basic training and had not been deployed, so they were basically kids. They were outside the Arkansas recruitment center, probably smoking a cigarette, when the shooter opened fire from a passing truck. The shooter, Carlos Bledsoe, pleaded guilty to the crime earlier this year. And he wrote a letter to the court and said he carried out the attack on behalf of al-Qaeda in Yemen, the group that was behind the last two major plots targeting the U.S. airline industry. So, it just continues to get better and better, and these people in Washington are playing with it like it's something that's politics as usual, and it's not, man.
Well, the thing is that's really scary, and when you read this kind of stuff is, they busted these guys in New York and in Seattle and whatnot before they had a chance to do anything. And they intercepted communications or however they did it. There was never this is how we did it, which is a good thing, which is odd in this day and age.
They save that for the special operations when they have to out SEAL Team 6 when we should have never known that was SEAL Team 6.
Yeah. Well, that was our vice president who has the security clearance of well, we're not going to go there. But the point is we stopped a lot of these attacks and unfortunately, they've been stopped by luck. Nothing,
a lot of them. Boy, especially that one in New York City with the car bomb. My God, he lit that thing.
Yeah,
and it didn't work.
It was just an act of God that it didn't go off.
Yeah, really. That was, and who knows how many of them there are. They're not telling all of them. There was one. I don't know if you remember it. It didn't get too much press, and they played it off that the guys, no, it was nothing. Just two Muslims at Heinz Field or PNC Park or whatever that infiltrated the building, got in, and I can't remember the details, but it's like that was a terrorist operation, man.
Yeah, they were trying to see. Well, they were trying. I honestly believe they were checking response time.
Oh, it was a recon, definitely, or a dry run, whatever. But it's still a terrorist operation.
Oh, absolutely. And they were let go. Well, we just wanted to see, if we could get in there and get on the field and whatnot.
I'll tell you what they ought to do. They ought to get in there. And they ought to have a standard to where you have to prove that this level has been met, that this isn't just some guy robbing some money or something, that it's, There has to be a way to prove that a level of terrorism has been met. And they ought to start killing these guys 2 weeks later. I mean, I'm serious. It needs to be, we need to take a strong hand on this, or we're going to freaking end up going through some serious pain.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know what else to say about that.
I mean, I'm not big on, one of the things I do agree with Ron Paul is that you cannot declare war on a tactic. I don't think that we should be in a war on terror. I think we should be in a war, and then name the groups. If it's Al-Qaeda, let it be Al-Qaeda, but it also has to be Hezbollah and it has to be Hamas, and we should attack them.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe we're not at a footing right now today where we can do that, but that's, by God, what we should have done back in 2003. You know, we should have went to their camps. We should have went to their house.
It should have never been a war on terror.
No.
It should have been a war on Hezbollah,
on a noun.
Al-Qaeda.
On a proper noun. Absolutely.
Exactly.
You know, that whole thing was wrong from the beginning. Between that and I can't remember the guy's name, the civilian that was in charge of the civil. He was actually the commander. His name was Paul Bremer, I believe. Maybe it wasn't Bremer. Yeah, it was Bremer. But the guy that instituted the de-Baathification of Iraq and basically caused the country to go into a vacuum, that was so wrong. And all he would have had to do was to study history and our last two recent occupations when we were in Germany and Japan, and look how MacArthur and Patton did it. That's all they would have had to done. And they didn't. They totally delegitimized every person that was in any position of power or authority in the entire nation in one statement. And those guys, now they have to be insurgents. What else are they going to do? They're in the minority.
Yeah.
You know, it was ridiculous. But anyway, another great show, Ward. How can people find us?
They can find us on the website at steelcityresistance.blogspot.com. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com//Steel City Resistance. You can hit us on Gmail, steelcityresistance@gmail.com. You can call us
412-254-3750. And also, if you're listening to the show for the first time, we do this show every Sunday at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So if you follow me, Berg's Eye View, with an H on the end of a G like Pittsburgh, Berg's Eye View, and I don't know if you want to give your Twitter out or not, Ward, I'll let that up to you.
It's Wardy22, WARDY 22.
If you follow us or whatever, or you can also look on the Facebook page, but we generally announce before a show's coming on and put a link on there where you can actually get on the audio stream or communicate with us via chat room. So it's all good. You can listen to the show on Roku, Mevio. Roku, you go to the Blueberry page, audio podcast, news and politics, Steel City Resistance. You can listen to the show on your television or through your sound system. But anyway, thank you for allowing us into your life for an hour. And if you have nothing further to add, sir, Ward, I'll talk to you next week.
And we are out.
You're listening to WHBJ, Digital Talk Radio and History from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
After a long day of being pulled in every direction, the last thing anyone wants to think about is what's for dinner. That's where Schwann's can help, with a variety of real food choices, frozen to lock in freshness. From ready-made meals, premium meats and side dishes, to vegetables, ice cream, and more. Schwann's foods go from freezer to table in minutes, not hours, so you can pull off a delicious meal in no time at all. Ordered, delivered, done. That's homemade easy. To help simplify mealtime, visit schwanns.com.
It has been long overdue to expose the truth that the Democrats and Republicans are sucking the life out of America's liberty and usurping our rights at every turn. Now is the time to take back our individual rights. Here on the Black Patriot Show, we will expose it all. With his musket on his back, the Declaration of Independence in one hand and the Constitution in the other, your host, Roderick Threets.
Hey, I appreciate y'all coming through on a new little setup here. We're going to try it out here for a little bit, just so y'all listening understand what is actually happening. Is I found out that Spreaker was throttling me on the back end, on the slide. They try to deny it to me, but it is what it is. I'm here. We're over here on podcast.theblackpatriot.com. So make sure you stay here, keep it locked. We got the whole 9 yards right here for you, on the website. So sit back, enjoy. If you have any feedback about the website, please let me know. I'll welcome all suggestions, etc. All that good stuff. But without further ado, you know what time it is. It's Tuesday. It is what we call the social lounge, where we sit back and we're going to talk about culture and how it affects our politics and how it's changing our country in a different direction. And you know, I cannot do this without my trusty sidekick, Miss Valerie Zinn. How you doing today, ma'am?
I am just great. Thank you, Rod. It's hot down here in Florida, but I'm so happy to be with you.
I will take the hot any day of the week. Let me tell you, girl. I will. Right today, it was like 83. I'm like, all I need now is probably another 5-6 degrees and some humidity. I would be good. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, you grew up here, so you're used to it. But it was like 95 and humid, and the biting bugs are out. You know, it's kind of like just over the edge of, this is too much. But, you know, I'm a New Yorker, so I guess I appreciate this. It's all good. This is the part.
No doubt.
Right.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, what I was going to talk about today is relationships and how especially married people keep it together when one person is liberal and one person is conservative.
Okay.
You know, I have a lot of friends who are in marriages or partnerships for a long time, and they tell me they don't talk about it. I'm like, really? How do you do that? I mean, I thank God that when I married my husband, and it's going to be 5 years in a few weeks, we're going to be celebrating.
Congratulations is in order.
Muchas gracias. I was already converted from the Democrat Party. I was brought up a Democrat, and I walked away many, many years ago and said, this is just not for me. And luckily, when I met my husband, he was already brought up this way. So there was no difference. And
right.
We listen to the same TV stations, if we ever watch it, mostly radio. And it's just so, easy to put it together.
Right.
I don't know how people live. I can see if you live with someone who's not into politics at all. That makes it easy.
Right. True
but
enough.
right? If one person feels strongly one way and the other feels strongly the other way, God, I wouldn't want to walk into their house. There's got to be some turmoil.
Oh yeah, especially now, right? I mean, I see it all the time. I remember. I mean, my parents, for example, my mother was more of she was a Blue Dog Democrat, and my father, he was the essence of a libertarian to like the umpteenth degree, you know, and they never ever bickered over politics, right? They never really did. I mean, they would discuss certain issues that was going on, and then they both would either agree to disagree or be like, okay, since we have these views here, this is where the solution should be, right? Kind of come together, come in the middle. But they never fought over it.
Yeah, but look at our environment today.
Oh,
People
man.
are fighting, angry. I mean, it's a different world than when your parents, my parents, were together, even friendships. I remember people kind of just like joking and laughing. Oh, he's a Republican, she's a Democrat. Oh, this one is, and it was light and easy. It is just not that way today.
Right.
And it's affecting all of us. Like, I can't imagine a child growing up in a household like that.
Oh, I agree. I agree 100%. Oh, I agree 100%. I'm glad that my parents weren't like that. Just so I could learn, because I mean, I got the majority of my conservative values from the two of them, because I mean, if people understand, the spectrum, right? Blue Dog Democrats are really conservatives, but they tend to lean very socially liberal, which is fine, right? But just the fact that the fiscal responsibility part, taught me, it shaped my life, right? To save money and, do things like that. And I can't say I was socially liberal in the beginning. I can't say that. I would say I was more like my father when it came to social stuff, live and let live. And if you screw up, that's on you. That's, whatever, you don't need a savior to save you from your turmoils. It's up to you to make the right decisions for your life, regardless what the outcome is, because you can only deal with what you've been dealt with, and you can only make a decision on what's in front of you. So you can't knock people too much for their responsibility, for making bad decisions. Now, if it's a real bad decision, like going out and murdering somebody, well, that's kind of against the moral fabric. You don't do stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Sure. But imagine one parent telling you Trump is stupid, and the other one telling you he's the bomb, he's the best president we've ever had.
Right.
You can't do that, right? What does a child? It's almost like a divorce.
Right. I mean,
oh my God. Right?
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, it's the whole. I mean, it's even gotten to a point where you have families that used to laugh and play together and let their kids play together, and it's like, oh, you support Trump? Nah. They hate your guts, and it's like, it's so sickening to see that. I mean, it is ultimately sickening.
It's happening everywhere. I mean, I was at a conservative women's group maybe a month ago. I was there recently. This woman, she came running up to me, and she said, do you know any estate planning attorneys that are not liberal? Said,
wow.
What? Right. I mean, I was like, well, actually I do, because it's become almost subliminal. That I seek out people, and I'll go for that first free meeting interview. I pick up where they're at, because I don't want to do business like this. my will, my desires when I die, whatever I do with my stuff. I don't want to be sitting and talking to Bernie Sanders.
Right.
You get my drift?
Yep, right, exactly.
Yeah, so this woman was serious. She said, I've interviewed X number of attorneys, and I can't stand it. I can't even talk to them. I said, this is as bad as it gets, because you would think an attorney is kind of sort of like a judge. They would be able to go left, go right, and just do their job down the middle, help people put their estates and their houses and their businesses or whatever together.
Right.
And they can't anymore. They can't even do that job anymore. Today, I was listening to one of my local Florida AM radio stations in the morning, someone I always listen to.
Right.
She's a native New Yorker, too. I think my accent's getting worse from listening to her. She's down here in South Florida. I think she lives in Fort Lauderdale. Her name is Joyce Kaufman, and she's on our local radio station. And this morning, she was talking about, where all of this dislike and hatred is going. And she said that this local real estate agent ran an ad that said, if Trump wins in 2020, let me help you sell your house.
Right.
I was like, you kidding me? This is what a real estate agent wrote. Trump wins in 2020. Let me help you sell your house. In other words, you're going to be leaving.
Right.
You're going to be Canada, Europe. I don't know where she's helping people to move to, but she's already setting up that vibe.
Right.
Right? That vibe of, let me help you get out of this, out of here. This is not going to work. I was like sitting there thinking, this is really messier than meets the eye.
Oh, Donald Trump has brought out the worst in America. I mean, that's honest. It has brought out the worst in America. And I hate to say it, but it's a crying shame that as Americans, how let me back it up. Let me back that up a minute, right? It's a shame that we've gotten to a point where if you don't like a particular politician, everybody rails on you, especially if they're on the right. Right? Obviously, all the hatred is pushed to the right, and then it's gotten so bad. These people have gotten so deranged where they don't even understand how to interpret the Constitution correctly.
Oh, that's gone.
And that's even more disturbing to me than anything else. Just to be honest.
That's the basis of the problem, right? That's
the
basis of the problem.
Yeah.
That's the epicenter. I probably for 10 years, I was in a yoga studio, and I took my yoga teacher training, and, it really brought me down a very interesting spiritual path. And I was so close to all these people, hugging every, 4 times a week I would be in that studio. It was like my second home. And
right.
I had people I thought were real friends. Well, when this whole Trump presidency came on board, I mean, we were all talking, and they would look at me like, you really think he can be a good president? I was like, yeah. Well, what about abortion? I'm like, oh my God, you guys are yogis, you're spiritual, this is the reason you wouldn't vote for a president? for one issue.
Yeah.
And then, and then I started to get the evil eye from people that I thought were my sisters, and I really became I started going less and less because I couldn't take it. I couldn't take the looks, the shaking of heads, the whispering. I saw it. I felt it. I'm very like a sponge when it comes to people's emotions and stuff that's going on around me. I just feel it and pick it up. And I had to leave that yoga studio, and it hurt my soul. And I have become very isolated. I do my yoga at home.
Mm-hmm.
It's become like an isolated thing for me now. And I put on my little Calm app on the tablet, and I do my yoga, and I've lost 10 years of my life.
Right.
And I can't be the only one, right? I mean, people have lost their families. They have lost their families due to this, and I have to tell you, I'm working real hard not to lose my daughter because she lives in New York, and it's really it's like brainwashing country up there.
Right.
I mean, they're all like, I saw Hillary do a video today, and I swear she was in like this wrapped thing, this big wrap thing, and I saw the female version of Lucifer.
Oh, wow.
You and I have been talking about this Luciferian thing. And I was like, no, I'm seeing this. I'm like, really? I looked at her eyes with this big wrap around her, and I saw it. And I thought, oh my God, am I getting deranged on the other side of things? I don't want to go there.
Right.
I mean, somebody wrote somewhere today, oh my God, I think she's going to decide to run again.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Talking about shooting herself in the foot.
How many times? Yeah.
But
yeah,
you see, the thing is too, though, is that I talked about just on one of my last other shows, actually the last couple of shows has been basically about cultural Marxism and how it's affecting, Western civilization. And this is kind of where we're at, right? I mean, they have all these left-wing groups that are single issue groups, and they just keep pounding and pounding and pounding. Now, they make it look like that they're bigger than what they are, but they're really not. They're only one issue. They're all a one issue front, but they're all hitting us with all 20 of them at the same time.
Yeah, it's like, it's all about love. It's all about world. We're all one. We're all the same. We have to give, right? We have
right.
to give. Well, there's going to be nothing left. I mean, in terms of our country, this is, to me, it's common sense, but they don't see that. And it's like, you look at this and say, how can they not see in every aspect of life, whether it be business, the restaurants you go to, because I was looking at this Chick-fil-A thing. Waiting for people with MAGA hats on now. Now the liberals won't go there, but all the Republicans are like lining up outside of the place. So we are so divided on just this country.
Right.
Just being Americans and not appreciating each other as part of the same fight, the same issues. How do people go into the military today and deal with this issue? What are they about? I've heard the military is progressive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They to the point they have become very, very progressive, and I hate to say this, but a lot of these young men that are going into the military are very, what I want to say, pussified, is what I want to say, right? Because I'm serious. When I get to an age where I can't pick up my gun and fight for my rights and my freedom, and I got to depend on these pansy asses that these people are raising out here to defend my country like I've defended it for them for all these years, it's kind of scary.
Yeah. Which skinny jean guy is going to go out there and fight for us?
Nary one of them.
We had men in World War I and World War II and Vietnam. We had real men. Where has that gone?
It's gone, honestly, and I'm going to put it right after just like this, it's gone to the other side, right? The emasculation of men, right, over time. We're going to start back to the American Birth League, right, with Margaret Sanger, which ended up becoming the Planned Parenthood, right? That's when the emasculation of men started happening in this country, right? Because, you stripped away the father's rights, and then you put a monetary penalty on them. Now they have to kowtow to every woman they basically come in contact with, right? Or they'll be paying $2,000 in child support every freaking month because she wants to hop up and leave instead of keep her family together, because the government says, hey, if you don't have the guy in the home, we'll give you more money on top of the money he's going to give you.
Sure. That's absolutely the issue.
And until people realize what actually is happening, it's not going to get any better. And I have nothing against single mothers, nothing against that at all, period, because I know of quite a few great single mothers, and the way it's affecting America right now. I mean, it started in the black community with this nonsense, and now it's affecting everybody, to a point where it's like you have men in jail. I guarantee you can go down to the county jail and ask, out of all the men that are actually in the county jail, how many in there for child support? I can almost guarantee you 20% of them are in there for child support.
Wow. I didn't even know that.
Oh, the numbers are...
Wow.
Oh yeah, the numbers are staggering, and a lot of the times, I had a friend actually about 10 years ago go to jail for 90 days for not paying child support. Right, the guy, she ended up getting, I think they awarded her $2,100 a month in child support for 3 kids, which is might be a little steep. You know what I'm saying, per se, right? But this guy, his job, he was only making $41,000 a year.
Right.
How's
he gonna live?
Right. Yeah. Exactly my point. And it's like the guy, he busted his butt and he still got behind because he needed a place to live. And I remember the judge telling him, was like, well, you need to get a cheaper place to live. And it's like, how can I get a cheaper place to live when I can't even save the money to go get a cheaper place to live? It made no sense.
In prison for 90 days, and how's he supposed to come up with any money?
Right. And then he comes out, he's lost his job. Right. And then what's he going to do? He's still behind in child support.
Right. So it's an ongoing problem. It doesn't get solved.
And the thing is, they don't want to solve it. That's the problem. They don't want to solve it, and that's honest. If they wanted to solve it, then it would have been taken care of a while ago. If they really wanted to solve that problem.
So our birth rate is going down in this country, and other populations are exploding.
Mm-hmm.
And where's this all going to land us? I mean, are all the fathers going to be in jail? God. I feel, lately I feel like I'm absolutely going insane. Today, I was looking on the American Thinker, Daily Caller.
Okay.
Daily Caller.
Right.
Yeah. And I started to talk about divisiveness, and you're going to really have to help me with this one, because this one really took me for a loop. And it was about this woman, Sierra Rayo, who ran for Congress in 2018.
Okay.
She had co-founded a group where white women can go to dinner to listen to why they are complicit in racism and white supremacy. Attendance's only job is to bear witness to the pain of black and brown women. Race to Dinner invites women to set aside their white women tears and schedule a dinner with the co-founders.
Wow.
I mean, now, if our country is not divided enough, this is now taking women and chopping them up to pieces. And if I could continue to read on, this is really, this is actually fascinating to me. It says here, Rayo ran for Congress in 2018, and the website that she is a racial justice activist. After she lost the primary, she tweeted that she should give up on white people with a link to an opinion piece that she wrote for the New York Times. She also said that she was taking her children and moving out of Colorado because of all the racism she was subjected to. If you're a white woman and would like to set aside your white women tears, the Race to Dinner website has a section where you are able to schedule a dinner with Jackson and Rayo. I'm not sure who Jackson is. She says, we are not here to change anything. We're here to express the pain you have caused, white women. What you do after you leave the dinner is up to you. We don't care about your feelings. Sit with that for a minute. Your feelings pale in comparison to the violence you have caused black and brown women.
Wow.
This is real. Now, now this is the last paragraph that I read, and I was already spinning. I was spinning from this. Even if you don't think that you are racist, you are. According to Race to Dinner, denouncing Trump, the KKK, and Nazis does not exempt you from racism, this group says. Rather, as a white person in America, you are an active participant in upholding white supremacy. Everyone is a part of the system, the website says, but black and brown people are subjected to this. Now, this is very heavy, that this woman, well, she lost her primary for Congress. I guess I can understand why. But now she's gone ahead and set up almost a hate group for black and brown women against white women. I don't know.
Yeah, but you know what, though? Black supremacy, I mean, for me personally, is not a surprise. I mean, look at the number one ringleader of black supremacy, Louis Farrakhan. It's been in our face all this time, right? And even black supremacy, and here's what's funny, and people are going to hate me for saying this, but I have never known, okay, this is how power hungry some black Americans get. I've never known or heard of a white person in the KKK set up an assassination of a Grand Wizard of the KKK. Unlike Louis Farrakhan had his hand in Malcolm X's death.
Wow.
And he admits it. He admits he potentially had a hand in it. He admitted it.
Wow.
So really, where are we at? Right? So, like I was saying, black supremacy does not surprise me at all, because these people have been so indoctrinated to hate people of pale skin for so long. Well, it just festers. And what upsets me the most about that is that not near one of them black folks known a slave, touched a slave, probably never been to anywhere near a plantation was, okay? Right. But they want to blame white folk for all this.
And it certainly wasn't us, right? I mean, we here we are, innocent new human beings to this planet. We never did this. It wasn't us. And you know, I think about the Jewish people who were slaves in Egypt. Certainly Nazi Germany is obvious. They have suffered their own level of persecution to a point where I'm going to say I think they're buying all this stuff up too. They feel so guilty about their own skin. I mean, you know, I said to a black friend once, you know, how, first of all, I'm white. I can't change the color I was born in. You're black. You can't change the color you were born in. So how do we move forward? How do we get past all of this if we can't forgive generations and generations going back? How do we ever evolve as beings, as a species, growing in our spiritual souls if we can't calm down and just take this one step at a time and lower our volume and start looking at each other as part of God, as part of beings that are here, and we all have a reason for being here. Yes.
I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, I'm at the point I really don't have a lot of words for it anymore. I mean, that's honest. I mean, I don't know how we fix it. I mean, because we're at a point where we had, you know, race relations better, right, to a degree.
I thought we were doing really good. I agree.
But now it just seems like people want to regress.
Yes. Yes. And they blame it on Trump, but I think what he did is he stepped in and just mixed up the soup pot. You know,
yeah, he did.
He was going to get rid of the, right, he did. He had to stir up the garbage in order to start draining, and it's happening right in front of our eyes. But it's not because he's white. It's not because anyone is black. He has been known to hire black people to work for him, CEOs. He created an environment down here in Florida where he did away with all the no blacks, no Jews, and all the clubs and all the hotels. He really changed the environment down here, and too many people don't know that about him. And it's just so upsetting to a point where you just said it. We don't know what to do with this stuff anymore. We're socially exhausted.
Handicapped. We're socially handicapped.
Yeah.
That's where we are handicapped. So, hang on to your next thought there. We're gonna go ahead and slide on over to a quick break, have a commercial, so everybody can get some popcorn and all that good stuff, and we'll be right back, y'all.
Would you like to voice your patriotism without the threat of being censored or shadow banned? Would you like to contribute to wounded veterans but don't know how? Would you like to communicate with like-minded conservatives without being trolled? If you answered yes, then Red Elephant, rdelephant.com is for you. Red Elephant is the new social media platform that will not censor or shadow ban you, and a portion of your sign-up fee goes directly to the Wounded Warriors Project. rdelephant.com.
Are you tired of the same groupthink and want to have your ideas challenged? The Black Patriot Show and the blackpatriot.com is the place for you. It will challenge your intellect and keep you informed. Make sure to subscribe to the newsletter on theblackpatriot.com and subscribe to this podcast on any podcast platform you prefer. Are you ready to be challenged?
You are listening to the Black Patriot Show. For previous episodes of this podcast, go to podcast.theblackpatriot.com to listen and subscribe. And while you are there, please consider donating to The Black Patriot Show to show your support for independent voices, freedom of speech, and the fight to defend the Constitution. And we're back. I appreciate y'all hanging on to the words. So I got to give a shout out one time for my man, as you know, Hutch Bailey Jr., dope on HBJ Digital Talk Radio. Make sure you go check my man out over on Spreaker.com. You know, yours truly is played over there 2 to 3 times a week. So make sure you get over there, chat with the beautiful people, learn a few things, and enjoy yourself. And again, that is WHBJ Digital Talk Radio on Spreaker.com, Hutch Bailey Jr. So this.
If I could just, Rod, if I could just add, my husband just came in and said to me, "Your voice is too low." So I'm going to try to speak up a little louder if I have to. I'm always getting knocked around, you know. I also wanted to say that for the summer, Hutch Bailey is back on Cold War Radio.
Right.
And to join us on Spreaker on Cold War Radio. And we do have the greatest chat room on the planet. And we're all like very smart. So I just got to put that plug in because I love them.
I'll let you tell it.
I'm a New Yorker. I got to just say what's on my mind. I know. My poor husband. Don't you feel bad for him?
No, I don't.
I don't either. You know what?
He's a
lucky guy.
Yes, right. He's a lucky man to have a smart lady like you in his life. You better hold on to it.
Yeah, well, you know what? He's smart too. I'm just going to shift out for a second. We went the other night to a trivia night and talk about social fun. Everybody forgot all their, other stuff, and there were like 7 or 8 tables of people, and we did trivia. Now, in a room of 65 people, there was one question that nobody else could answer but moi. I was so proud of myself. They put on an old Soul Train show. Don Cornelius and Soul Train.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He put on an old video, and he started to play right down to the real nitty-gritty now.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
He sang that song. I was like, wait, I know this. And it wasn't until the last, literally 3 seconds, my husband was jumping up with the piece of paper. We had answered 10 questions on this round, and I said, Shirley Ellis. I was the only one out of 65 people that got that answer.
Wow. You lucked out.
I am very smart. I must be. So I got that one. I kept thinking, Shirley. And then my head went to Shirley, Bo Briley, the name game, Shirley Ellis. I was like, I got it. Well, we came in second place anyway because somebody knew. So let's see if you can get this one. What's the longest running game show on television?
The longest running game show on television is Price is Right.
You are right, and we would have won if you were at our table. Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and we lost on that.
Oh.
And this was a 2-hour, really tough game of trivia. But, these are the things we need socially to keep us out sometimes of all this political stuff.
That's right.
It's fun. We have to get back to having some fun.
Yep. Wow, that brings... Wow, because, now you got me thinking. Price is Right started in 56. 56, and if I remember correctly, Bill Cullen was the original host. And then when they went through their change in, like, I want to say 72 area, like early 70s, Bob Barker became the host.
Right.
And then after that, yeah.
Never would have guessed it was still. First of all, we all looked at each other, all of us smart people, and said, well, now, who in the hell sits home in the middle of the day and watches this stuff? That's why we're smart and they're not. But they won because
oh, my word. Oh, my God. You went there. Why'd you go there?
But you got it, Rod. Good for you.
Well,
you won.
Winner. Too bad I don't win no change off of that, though. I don't get no change.
Well, we didn't either. Actually, nobody did. There was no money. It was just a beach club thing. We were all sitting around. There was no money involved.
Man.
I slept good that night because I felt really smart. There was just so much stuff. Now, they didn't ask me anything on the Luciferian agenda, which I probably could have answered some stuff because I'm still really working on that. You've gotten me well involved in it, and I think it has a very big handle on what's going on in our chaotic world today.
Oh, it is. It is 100%. I mean, speaking of that, going into the Luciferian agenda, etc., I had a discussion with an individual online, and he was trying to tell me, Rosa. I can't even talk right now. No. I can't talk right now. Rosicrucianism. Yeah. This guy sat here and tried to tell me that Rosicrucianism is Christian. And I'm like, really? Oh, please do tell. Please do tell. He goes through this whole thing. It's like, well, you don't know what you're talking about because Rosicrucianism is Christian because it's part of this. And I'm like, okay, first of all, I'm like, you're talking to a guy that has read the Kabbalah and the Talmud. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I was like, Rosicrucianism comes right out of the Kabbalah. As a matter of fact, to be more specific, the Mizrahi Kabbalah, to be specific. Okay, so explain to me again how Rosicrucianism becomes Christian when it comes out of the Kabbalah. And I was like, I'm waiting for your how you're going to cross this together because there are two different sects of religion. So I want to see how you tie this together. And this guy, I wrote articles on it and I've done my research, this, that, and the third. And I said, then you should be able to explain without any question how you're connecting those two together.
And the answer was?
He didn't give me one. Just read the articles. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Good try, boo-boo.
Right.
No.
I'm going to waste my time on this stuff.
Yeah, it's like, don't try. He thought he came across a big dummy or something, come on, man. Really? You're going to try to promote that to me?
Fred Sanford used to say, a big sucker. Right. Well, I think people are digging very deep, trying to find answers. And I don't think there are any answers right now. We almost have to just wait this out. Like you said, we're handicapped. I don't know what to do anymore. I listen to online radio constantly. I hear all these different magnificent, smart people all day long, and I struggle with this. And I'm certain everybody does. This is not just me, unless you put your head under the rug and say, I'm not listening anymore. And many people are doing that.
Yeah, but and that's what they want us to do. That's exactly what they want us to do, is to just be like, you know what? We're backing up, bro. No, and no. Just no. This is not what we should be doing today.
Right. And I was reading something, a book on angels, just getting into some, what I thought was light stuff. It was not light stuff. And this author, and excuse me, I don't remember his name because I'm just halfway through the book, and on Kindle you don't see the title and the author right in front of you every day. And he said, the big test is really going to be whether you can resist the temptation to run along with the crowd. It will be very tempting to do that. But if you can be strong enough to turn away and go with God, you are going to be someplace else better where your spirit and soul belongs. And I was like, wow, that really, it was visual for me. I could see people, all the people that are either hiding their heads or the people who are getting attracted to the satanic, easier money path, right? Versus the people who say, I know the way. I know the truth.
Right.
It's really up to us to find the truth in this life.
Yeah, and that's kind of what cultural Marxism did, right? Because the thing Goebbels said was that in order to topple Western civilization, we have to topple Christianity.
Right.
Right. So what they did was create the Frankfurt School, and this was basically in better terms, a re-education camp. Okay, to reteach people on quote unquote how to be and how to act, etc. Now, we have one country today for sure that is participating in re-education camps, and that's China.
Yeah. Yes. It's called public school and college.
That too. That's just the subtle. That's just the subtle way. That's just the subtle way.
Yeah. It's an easier way to train our little brother, follow Big Brother path.
Right. Yes. I completely agree. Yes, that's exactly it. And
I think everyone should read 1984 all over again.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just read it in book club, and it was amazing to see all these older women sitting there saying, "Oh no, this is not happening. This can't happen." And the younger ones sitting there were like, "It is happening. Open your eyes. It's right in front of you. It's here.
Yes,
right
it
now.
is.
It's staring us right in the face."
Yeah.
We are handicapped, but we're not handicapped in prayer.
No.
We're not handicapped in knowing the truth and spreading the word and being a part of what we're all doing and supporting this amazing president that we've been given to try to help us through this. I mean, I'm a patriot, and I wrote something last night about Donald Trump has 2020 perfect vision.
Right. That's definitely taking advantage of a cliche, right?
Right. So, I'm just here just like you all are, just trying to swim through all of this and find my way to shore. You're doing it. James Chief is doing it. All of the great talk show hosts out there, all the great people, the good people we have running our government that are trying to get in there and get the weeds taken out. It's all positive, and we have to focus on that.
Yeah. And the biggest thing we need to do to combat this nonsense, and obviously it's got to start in the schools first, right? We need to get people that want to get elected to the school boards. That's where we have to start. The change has to start there. In most school board elections, most of them are not even contested. People just sit in these seats for years and years on end because they go uncontested in a lot of these places. But conservatives need to, this is the time, if conservatives, I know y'all listen to me, and I'm going to be very poignant when I say this. If you are about life, liberty, and freedom, especially for your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren, you need to get down, knuckle up, find some time, run for school board. And you need to get on these school boards, and you need to hold these people accountable for what they're teaching children. Because that is where it starts, from kindergarten all the way up. This is where we need to get involved. Okay, because unfortunately, your cities, your city councils, county councils don't affect schools. They have nothing to do with schools. They're independent of schools. We need to get into these school boards, and we need to pack these school boards with conservatives, true diehard conservatives, to turn this around. And that's the only way it will ever turn around. Because I
agree. Amen.
Amen. Because if we continue to let these liberals and these progressives hold these education seats, then we have no reason to complain about anything. I mean, we can talk about, we need to get people in the federal delegation and all that. No, that crap does not matter to me. What's happening in your backyard? What is happening in your backyard? I mean, look at California.
It's unbelievable. It's falling apart at the seams. How do people keep voting for the same people that are destroying everything? There's like nothing left of California. People are running out of that state that can afford to run out of that state.
Yeah.
The people on the street, the diseases, the tents, the house, and the reason it's happening in California probably is because the weather's a little better. It's going to happen everywhere.
Yeah,
right?
You're right. You are dead right. And this election cycle is very important. So y'all need to get out there. Like I said, y'all need to get out there. A lot of states for municipal elections are closing here probably this weekend. I know in Utah it's closing this weekend. Nevada's closing this weekend. Friday's the last day you can file. Idaho is Monday, if I remember correctly. Colorado is Friday. New Mexico is Friday, and Arizona is Tuesday. So if you're in these areas that I know for sure, you might want to double check, but I remember reading through it and seeing it. Get in on your municipal elections. Get in on your school board elections. Get in there and dig your heels in.
Mm-hmm.
And let's restore. Yeah, exactly. And let's restore republicanism. Let's reinstill America back into America. Because if we don't, we're gonna be in a world of hurt. And that's just straight up. People have told me, well, that's just pessimistic and what have you. I was like, no, it's the truth. Look at exactly what is happening.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, 100%.
So we're coming round to the end of the Black Patriot Show. I appreciate everybody coming through and listening on the new channel, new website, all that good stuff. And Miss Valerie, go ahead and let the folks know how they can track you down on social media.
You can track me down on RD Elephant, my new favorite site, and on Facebook. Yep, and on Facebook, and I'd love to hear from you.
You got to give them a screen name, though. Give them a screen name.
Oh, my. Valerie's in.
Yeah, they can't find you unless they know your name. Come on now.
That's my name. That's my name, and I'm sticking with it.
Oh, I know that's right. And everybody knows how to connect with me on social media. You can pretty much find me anywhere at MAGLA Rod, no doubt about it. And again, like I said, I appreciate y'all coming through and checking us out. And we will see y'all again. Thank you for listening to the Black Patriot Show. Make sure you connect with me on rdelephant.com, Parlay, and Twitter. My handle over there is MAGLA Rod. Make sure you subscribe to this podcast on iTunes. Leave me a 5-star rating. And you can subscribe on any other major podcast platform by going to podcast.theblackpatriot.com. And until next time, in liberty and in his grace, God bless you, God bless your family, and God bless America. Hey y'all, this is your man Roderick, the host of the Black Patriot Show, and you're listening to WHBJ Digital Talk Radio, where we are the media. Keep it locked.